Question: how can you put the most fun in your afternoons? Answer: tune in the all-new Let's Make a Deal every weekday at 4. It's the show for people who know a good deal when they see one.
Goldie Hawn in Protocol. Goldie is golden. In her best role since Private Benjamin, says Pat Collins of CBS TV. She calls it funny and winning. You'll have a great time.
You said it was a barbecue. Oops, hi. No, actually, I haven't been anywhere.
Goldie's a diplomat.
Well, I was in Canada once, but that doesn't count because it's like attached.
Protocol, rated PG. Now playing at a theater near you.
Here it comes, the new Publishers Clearinghouse Sweepstakes.
I won $100,000.
We won $125,000.
I won $250,000.
There's only one Publishers Clearinghouse Sweepstakes with a $2 million super prize and thousands of winners.
It's just a big come on.
That's what I used to think.
Watch for the sign of Publishers Clearinghouse. It could mean $2 million to you.
There's no place like home.
Evenings from 5 to 11, AT&T saves me 40% on long-distance calls. What could be better?
Sold for Weekends, I get 60% off with AT&T.
What could be better?
You don't have to give up any service to save. That's what's better. Only AT&T gives you operator service, calls from anywhere to anywhere, and up to 60% off.
Now, that's what I like to hear.
That's AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
Burger King presents Double Trouble. I knew it the first time I laid eyes on one. This was no ordinary quarter-pound burger. Word was it was called a double. You could get it straight, with cheese, even crispy bacon, but that was just the half of it. It also had this rep for flame-broiled taste. Then, when I took a bite, that was the clincher. I knew a double from Burger King only spelled one thing for those fried quarter-pound burgers. Double Trouble.
I'm too hungry for Burger King now.
Up in the Rockies, I found a place where people really take pride in their craft.
My granddad made these.
They're beauties.
We'll see how they're made. Got some hot coffee on.
That's good coffee.
That's Maxwell House. Decaffeinated.
If a decaffeinated coffee tastes this good, good to the last drop, it couldn't be anything but Maxwell House. Looks like you got a customer.
Oh, that's my granddad. He's just checking up.
It couldn't be anything but Maxwell House.
Next on Family Ties, a peaceful trip to the woods brings out the beast in everybody. And on Cheers, can a secret agent hot for Carla get her to go undercover?
He said he thinks I'm sexy. They're trained to lie.
Then on Night Court, why is Harry having a strange effect on women? Next. Saturday on Different Strokes, Arnold and Sam are trapped in a haunted house.
Please don't let the Beano go.
Then on the 1 hour Gimme a Break, Nell finds love in New Orleans and Joey finds his long-lost dad.
This is not your normal day.
And Spencer's making big plans for New Year's Eve.
That scares me.
But his blind date could be the big problem.
That scares me, too.
There it is.
New Year's is the time most of us make resolutions to change for better. Hi, I'm Gary Coleman. Now's the time to sign an organ donor card, and you can give one of the thousands of Americans waiting for an organ transplant, the gift of life. Make that your New Year's resolution right now. Contact your National Kidney Foundation affiliate.
It's Chevrolet's New Year Kickoff. Chevy dealers are kicking off the new year with their biggest and longest celebration ever. They're out to sell 175,000 cars and trucks by January 21st. Take delivery from a wide selection of Chevrolet's most popular cars and trucks by January 21st and make no monthly payments till spring with GMAC financing. And what's more, save up to $740 on specially equipped full-size pickups, up to $330 on celebrity sedans and wagons. Big savings, deferred payments at your Chevy dealers.
Open up! It's dark in here. Thanks, little fella. Hey, you're gonna be a happy cat. Yeah, look what your mommy got you. Not there, over here. Ta-da! Happy cat. That should put a smile on your face. Oh, here she comes. Miss the ball.
Happy Cat brand cat food makes cats happy because all day long it stays moist and meaty tasting in the bowl.
Look at how happy he is. Yeah, especially on the inside.
Make your cat a happy cat.
Wednesday, join Bruce Jenner, Morgan Brittany, John Hillerman, Miss America, and more in the wildest contest of all, the College Cheerleader Championship. Wednesday. Sunday on Silver Spoons, Pearl Bailey rides to Rick's rescue.
Surprise! All right!
Then on Funky Brewster, will Henry get scalped buying tickets for the big game Sunday?
Year-end's the time for a party! And the best party in town is your Nissan dealer's year-end selling bash. It's time to go trucking, Featherfeet, to talk deals with Nissan dealers. The 85 standard pickup still at the 84 list price. And among leading trucks in its class, it has the most torque, and no one beats its horsepower. Choice of 16 models like King Cabs, 4x, Forwards, Long Beds, and they all have to glow! So start the new year smart at the year-end selling bash at your Greater Delaware Valley Datsun dealers.
How's your job?
Great. I even had to get into a tax shelter.
What kind?
A PSFS individual retirement account. I don't pay federal taxes now on $2,000 of income.
PSFS sure has the experience. Your mom and I have had our retirement plan there for years.
Like father, like daughter.
PSFS has more experience with IRAs to help you make it.
We can help you make
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what?
adults.
What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like, this can't, no, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just, like, soccer moms and shit. Like, that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that likes going.
That is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman, since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Good morning, good morning, good morning, people. Hope everybody's having a wonderful week so far. Oh my goodness. Oh, I hope everybody's having a great morning. Oh man, I woke up and I already saw that there was some bullshit going on. We'll get into that in just a second. But it is day 2 of jury selection in the you got it, Clover? Yeah? You showing that bone who's boss? Good for you, buddy. Today is day 2 of jury selection in the Karen Read trial. For those of you who don't know, which only if you've been living in a cave, that Karen Read is on trial for killing her boyfriend, who was a Boston police officer, and striking him while drunk with her SUV, with her Lexus SUV, on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. But it is complicated because, well, she didn't do it. All the evidence dictates that she didn't do it. Not only does the evidence fail to say that she did do it, which is actually what matters here, but there's also evidence that clearly dictates that she didn't do it, which has not yet been presented in court. Well, at least not in trial. It has been addressed in court, but it's not been shown in court. So the defense claims that there is plenty of this proof, and I believe that there is. I don't think that they would claim this without being able to prove it. So, but we're going to go over all of that stuff, and let's drop in on the boots on the ground unofficial correspondent, Mr. Tom CPU. Let's check him out. Let's see what he's got going on here. Real quick, let's give him a, there we go. All right, let's see what's going on here.
And for Lion Lally, that flea stack,
I literally know nothing about the case.
to sit up in court and blatantly say there's something in a video and twist with his freaking word salads, to twist the words, and then they actually show us the video, which has
Yes,
nothing.
thank you. I'm not playing it straight off StreamYard anymore. I had to download it and fix the sound for the song that played at the beginning. Hopefully Cherry shows up and she could share the link. But yes, JC Loring 319 is the name of the channel with that song. That is the person who wrote and recorded that song. So please subscribe to them. Let me see if maybe I can find it real quick. Give me a second here. Here we go. All right, here's the link to that that song. Click on it real quick for me and give it a like if you have never done so. The link is in the chat. Please do that.
He literally lied in court. Like, everybody's watching it. I don't understand. It's every time you watch it on TV or whatever, it's more and more, and it makes your mouth drop of what is going on. What is going on?
We're with Law and Crime, so everything we do is pretty much live strung, so we don't have too much editing. We just kind of bring it as real as possible.
Well, you're in the right case, man.
Well, you're in Boston, so you might get a little bit of swearing in it.
These people are real as they come. This is the real people.
I'm a Bruins fan.
These are the real people. You talk to any one of these, this is Boston. And you're going to get the truth from any one of them, unfiltered. And they're not going to lie to you.
So
they're going to give you everything. Everything.
It is what we're. Karen Read could be any one of us. The only.
So this is a Law and Crime cameraman who's like, dude, I don't even know nothing about this case. I don't know what's going on. But he has the chance to get a firsthand education from from these good people who this case is affecting the most, besides Karen Read herself and her family.
The only difference is I wouldn't have the backing. I'd be in jail, convicted, and put away wrongfully if it was me, because I wouldn't be able to afford this.
Why does she
and
have the
we
backing?
are everyday people.
Why does she have the backing that she does?
Well, everybody pulled together, whether you donate $1, $5. I'm sure she was a financial advisor. I'm sure she had savings. She had parents that love her greatly. I'm sure they've had to probably mortgage their houses and stuff. A lot of people in this country don't have that, you know?
What's the button you're wearing? I noticed you guys all
Little
have
boy. But I can't even get in closer to you, because if I go over the buffer zone with my Turtle Boy pin on. Oh, no, I think Turtle Boy pins are allowed. I don't
Yeah,
know.
they're allowed. They're allowed.
Yeah, that's in support of Aiden.
I'm not gonna
Tell him the story about Aiden bringing it to light.
You make
I'm
a
gonna get the-
donation and it goes to this fund.
Chrissy, I need the button.
Picture an imaginary line.
Button.
All right.
Button. Power.
Okay, so sorry guys, give me 1 second here. Now, I'm not sure if they're going to have cameras inside the courtroom today or not, but let's take a look at this.
What, 5:04? It is day 2 of jury selection for the Karen Read murder trial.
More than 100 potential jurors were called to the courthouse yesterday. Only 4 so far have been selected. So let's bring in NBC 10's Minosh Kongwari live outside Norfolk Superior Court. Minosh, safe to say this is going to be a long process.
And yes, just for an update for those of you who don't know, there is only 4 after yesterday there was 4 jury members selected. So there currently now are 4 members of the jury who are now selected, and that's all they have so far. So
well, it's one that could last several days, but I can tell you just getting 4 on the first day is a positive, considering nearly 80% of the first 90 jurors that were called revealed that they are familiar with this case. Now, as you know, Karen Read is accused of killing her then boyfriend, former Boston police officer John O'Keefe, 2 years ago after a night out in Canton. Yesterday, we also learned her defense will not just be arguing that Karen Read could not have committed this crime, but that someone else actually did, and they plan to name that person and possible accomplices. It's notable because this third-party angle has been speculated for months. In fact, last week, prosecutors filed a motion to prevent the defense from making such an argument, saying their angle lacked evidence. But now it will be presented in front of what the judge hopes is an impartial jury.
People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices. But this criminal trial will be decided by an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law.
Now, we also learned that more than 160 witnesses will be called to the stand during this trial. It's why it's expected to last 6 to 8 weeks. We'll be keeping you updated throughout. But for right now, we're live here in Canton. Minosh Kongwari, NBC 10 Boston.
All right, Minosh, thanks so much. And stay with us here on NBC Boston and NECN for continuing coverage of the Karen Read trial. We're going to carry all of the testimony live for you on NECN, NBC10Boston.com, and on our streaming platforms as well. For trial analysis and a complete timeline of this case, check out our website. We've got it all laid out there for you.
okay. So I'm going to keep refreshing with them, and I'm going to have Twitter pulled up so we can check updates on Twitter. And yeah. Some are saying that jury selection should be complete by the end of this week. I don't know about that. Hopefully that'll be the case, but who is this publicly buzzed person? Okay, never mind. Okay, so Ted Daniels says, oh, Paula, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate you. Back in my church pew. This is Ted Daniel from Boston 25. Back in my church pew for 2 days of jury selection in the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. We are expected to hear some motions before jury selection resumes. There are a couple outstanding items from Friday's hearing, according to the clerk. 4 jurors were selected yesterday. 16 are needed. Third-party culprit can only be developed through testimony and evidence. Defense can't be... Okay, third-party culprit can only be developed through testimony and evidence. Defense can't use in their opening statements per judge. So, as we learned yesterday, so they cannot... the defense cannot bring up this third-party culprit in their opening statements. It has to just kind of naturally present itself through testimony as well as through any evidence. People are demonstrating on both sides of the buffer zone, and I've heard a lot of honking as people drive by. I actually found a power outlet near my seat to charge my laptop and phone. So that's good. So Ted Daniel will be giving us updates, and we'll be checking in with Ted Daniel throughout the day. So it's good to know. Just in case there's no cameras or anything, and that's how this goes down. So let's drop in on this dude for a second. So I just got to see and make my own judgment, because I know there was a little bit of drama this morning, and let's get to the bottom of that real quick while we're waiting. So there's some YouTubers that have supposedly shown up to Boston.
What's up, bud? What's with the Eskimo outfit?
Okay, so Tom, now from what I'm seeing is Tom approached Dolly, okay?
I'm from the South. Oh, I'm not a troll. You want one? No, definitely not. You don't want a button? Please.
Tom's fucking with Dolly, okay? So listen, as much as I love Tom, though, Dolly was clearly just sitting there minding his own business. Clearly he was. I mean, there's no denying that.
Oh, man. That's nice. Okay, I don't want your Kool-Aid this morning, Tom. No Kool-Aid? Where is it? I'm thirsty, bud. Hey, that's something wrong. You don't want that? No. I'm trying to give you a gift, man. No, bro.
I mean, now in Tom's defense, Tom is just he's trying to just be nice. You know, he is. He is trying to just be nice, and he is trying to like extend an olive branch out to Dolly. It's Tom's nature. He's not doing it to be a dick. He's not doing it to be sarcastic. But I think that Tom, there's a little part of Tom that feels like, you know, like, why does he have a problem with me being nice? You know, so like, fuck that. I'm gonna keep being nice. But you know, me, I would have just been like, whatever, man. All right, dude, enjoy, you know, whatever you're doing.
I didn't like that troll comment, man. Ain't no troll. I didn't say you're a troll.
Oh.
Yeah, when you came over here, you said that's the Glaire's troll. No, I never said that.
Well, Tom never said that. But Dolly, I mean, you've made videos. I've made videos about you. You've made videos about me. You know, like, it's fair to call you the Glaire's troll. Since I've been covering this case, you have made it a point to make videos targeting me, hoping to create some sort of rift between us, which I would not oblige you, because I know that's what you're looking for, and we're on different pages here. I'm trying to get to the truth of a situation. You're trying to get views. There's a big difference. I would like to get views based on giving out my insight on the truth. That's the difference between you and I. But it's not unwarranted to be called the Glaire's troll, because what other reason could you possibly be out there for? What are you doing out there? Most of your content when you've covered this case has been talking about me. You haven't done any research on this case, not any real research. And you're out there for what? What are you out there for? Because everyone else out there but you, and I mean literally everyone else out there but you, is invested in this. So
Glare couldn't hold my dick. Okay?
I never said that. Stop. I never said you were a troll, did I?
That's what I've seen on video. You were holding the camera at me from right over there. About that's the Glaire's troll.
Did I say that, or did somebody else say that?
You better go look at my numbers.
Did I say that, or did somebody else say that, sir?
I don't know. But I don't appreciate that shit.
I don't believe
I'm
I
a
said
real
that.
Dude. You don't.
Did I shake
do
your
you see
hand
him
right
out-
there yesterday?
Yeah. Do you see him out here?
Wait, time out. This ain't him.
Now again,
did I shake your hand yesterday, right?
in Dolly's defense, he was referred to as the Glaire's troll. But in Tom's defense, it wasn't him who said it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
That's between you
I
and
don't
me.
appreciate that shit.
I didn't say that about you.
Treat me with respect.
I
I treat you with respect.
I came to you, bud.
None of that Glaire shit. None of the troll comment.
It hasn't come out of his mouth.
Okay.
I promise.
Okay.
I don't think I put you guys together. I may have once saying he mentioned you. That's who he was referring to, as in you. When they were talking about, is that Dolly over there?
No
I
updates
don't know.
on the jury selection just yet.
They were referring.
Respectful. I wasn't messing with nobody.
Everybody's just seated, but it
What
hasn't
I
started
know
yet
of you,
that I know
what
of.
I had a discussion with you
What
right
you
there.
know of me
Other
is
than
what
that,
you see somebody that don't like me put on the internet.
listen, you want to know about people not like? Go to fucking Twitter and look about how many people don't like me. Have a field day reading that shit. I don't care.
I mean, the problem though is
I shook your hand. That was me, and
the
that was
problem though is this. Let's call a spade, because Dolly is out there, and Dolly is minding his own business. And so, sorry, give me 1 second here. I'm doing two things at the same time here. So, Dolly is out there and he is minding his own business. Absolutely 100%. But I did warn the people out there about Dolly for good reason, because the video that I showed and the stuff he's talking about, people saying on the internet about him, is absolutely true, because I showed video footage of what Dolly does when he goes out to protests. And just because he was checked before he got a chance to do it doesn't mean he wasn't out there to do it. All right. Let's see. We are underway. Ted Daniel says we are underway. Yannetti asked to speak at podium. He says there are issues, including a serious one he needs to raise. Judge calls for a recess to discuss with both sides before going on the record. Okay, so they're in recess right now because Yannetti told the judge that he has serious issues that he needs to raise. So they're discussing that. I don't know what that means, but we'll find out. In the meantime, let's just keep an eye on what's going on outside. I mean, I know all Tom said was good morning, but even still, like, even though Dolly's out there minding his own business, the fact is that we saw video footage of what Dolly does when he goes out there. This is not what the behavior that we're seeing from Dolly right now is not typical Dolly behavior when it comes to a protest. So it's not unfair at all to have given an absolute warning. It wasn't like I attacked Dolly. And as a matter of fact, if you read my tweet, it says to ignore him. It says that I urge you to ignore him. Okay. Now, what Dolly's talking about here is kind of funny. Let me go ahead and look this up because while Judge Cannoni is in recess and they're discussing what David Yannetti feels is very, very serious, let's find out. While we wait to find out what that is. Okay, now this is from a drama channel called Jonesin. Okay, now this is part of the Krama community, which is just awful. I'm so glad I don't really have anything to do with these people anymore. But Jones is a nice person. It's just but there's a channel that I don't get along with at all. But apparently this person, I mean, I guess they don't get along with Dolly either, and we have that mutual. But I don't fuck with this person. This person doesn't fuck with me. But this reaction from this creator of Dolly is really funny. And this is what Dolly saw and made him mad. And this is what he was taking out on Tom. So this is Jonesin.
Yeah. The courtroom's empty.
So this is that drama creator that's streaming Tom's stream, okay, from yesterday.
The Glarus troll.
That's your boy over there.
Okay, so you see, that wasn't Tom who said the Glarus troll. That was someone else, and then he goes, "Yeah, that's your boy over there." That's
I don't know who it is. Dolly.
That's Dolly.
Y'all look at fucking Dolly. Look at fucking Dolly, you guys. I can't. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
I'm sorry, but
Oh my
that
God,
reaction
y'all.
is fucking
I
hilarious.
fucking cannot. You guys. Holy fuck. Oh my God. I fucking just died. They said, there's the Glarus troll. So I am fucking done, you guys. Oh my God. Why is Dolly across the street spying on him right now? I'm so lonely. I have nobody. I fucking can't. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Somebody else has got to find this shit fucking funny. I cannot be the only one. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Oh my god.
Okay, so that's what made Dolly so upset at Tom, because that reaction took place in the little drama community that he's so fucking concerned with, and he got all pissy about it and decided to take it out on Tom. And that's all that happened. So yeah. But Dolly's out there. He's minding his own business. He's not doing nothing. Like, if he wants to sit out there and not give any like actual updates without any insight, that's his fucking business, because I mean, that's between him and his viewers, you know. Jenna Rocco, thank you so much.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Jenna Rocco, thank you. I appreciate that. Cherry appreciates it too. Let's see if we can find real quick. Let me see if I want to see if I can find well, that didn't happen. So, okay, never mind. We're just gonna find like interviews and things like that in the meantime. But right now, if you're just joining us, court is in recess. There's no video feed so far inside the courtroom. I guess there's no cameras allowed today. But right now, as far as the jury selection goes, there are 4 jurors selected. And when court started today, David Yannetti asked to approach the podium, and when he did, he said he had some serious issues that he needed to address with the judge, and the judge, Beverly Cannoni, called a recess, and we're just waiting for that recess to come back. Oh, they're back. Okay, so let's see what Ted Daniel said. He says, Ted Daniel says, we're back. Judge asking to see both sides at sidebar. She says she doesn't have any motions in front of her. It appears defense wants to raise something, and that's being discussed privately now. Okay, so, and I keep seeing this a lot. I keep seeing where Judge Cannoni will say, I'm trying to work, buddy. So Judge Cannoni will, like, the defense will bring something to Judge Cannoni's attention, and then she'll say, well, I need that in writing. Clever. Come on, buddy. Like, scratch over here. Thank you. So that's what it sounds like here. Is obviously there's some sort of issue. Maybe something just came to their attention. Maybe they just got a hold of some new evidence. I don't know. But she's going, I don't see any motions. It's hard to tell what the context is, if she's being sarcastic because David Yannetti did not file a motion prior to this, or what the tone is in the courtroom. It's hard it's hard to be able to judge these things when we're not seeing it. So I just have to keep refreshing Ted Daniel here. And the most recent tweet is the last one I just read. And that was 8 minutes ago. So they've been in sidebar for 8 minutes. So right now we would just be sitting here looking at Karen Reed being bored right now. Okay, this was dropped 10 minutes ago.
Jury selection continues today in the murder trial of Karen Reed.
And while the process continues, we're also learning more about the arguments expected to be made by the defense. WBZ's Anna Myler is at the courthouse in Dedham for us, out with the latest on the case, Anna.
Brianna, Karen Reed just arrived here at court moments ago as day 2 of the jury selection process gets underway, a process that is particularly challenging in this case that has captivated so many people. Karen Reed supporters are back out here this morning, standing in a court-mandated buffer zone in pink since the judge ordered them not to wear apparel, referencing the case so close to court. Her supporters believe she was framed and not responsible for hitting her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her SUV and leaving him to die in a snowstorm. The judge ruled that her lawyers can pin the blame on someone else during the trial, but first, the jury must be selected. The pool started with 90 prospective jurors, about 70 already knew.
Okay, so let me read this real quick. This is from DUI Guy. 4 minutes ago, he tweets, and he's there as of yesterday. So to start the day off, judge walked in at 9:07 a.m. The defense had a motion. He started arguing it. The judge stops him. Did you present to the prosecution? Not yet, was the response. Well, go ahead and do it. And she walks out. We're still in recess. So I'm going to be reading his because this is obviously a little bit. I mean, Ted Daniel tweeted twice and is still not as informative as DUI Guy's tweets here. So, oh my God, MJ, no.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Thank you so much, MJ. I appreciate you. So yeah, so I'll be refreshing DUI Guy's tweets. But this is already yeah, this is already more informative than Ted Daniels' tweets, and he's a reporter. So sorry, Ted. I like you, but I'll be checking in with Ted as well. Okay, so still nothing.
He knew about the case, and 25 had an opinion on it. The goal is to reach 12 jurors plus a few.
Okay, so 4 jurors were seated, 90 prospective jurors, 70 of them knew about the case. Oh my God, cool, Mom. You're killing me. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Cool, Mom. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And yes, DUI Guy is a lawyer and did great coverage of the Johnny Depp case, in case you guys don't know who Larry DUI guy is. And he's interviewed Turtle Boy a couple of times. And he is a Karen Read supporter, as I understand it. So out of 90 prospective jurors, 70 actually knew about the case, right? 25 of them had an opinion. And the goal is 12 plus alternates. So they want to seat 20 in total. Okay, I have to play this. So just to give you guys a
car crash guy.
Want more cash when you get in a crash? Call me, Larry, the car crash guy foreman, a trial attorney. I could get you a bigger check.
Car crash guy.
Okay. That's who we're checking on, guys. So yeah, he's a cool dude, man. And he is an attorney. And he's in the courtroom. So this is great. So yeah. Let's continue with this video here.
You alternates.
You pretty much have to be living under a rock or not in Boston to not have heard of the Karen Read case. So the question is, you'll find people who are familiar with the case, but at least have the ability or claim to have the ability to keep an open mind.
So 4 jurors were seated yesterday. That process continues first thing this morning. Live in Dedham, Anna Myler, WBZ News.
We will stream the Karen Read trial live once opening statements begin on CBS News Boston and Pluto TV. You can also stream an in-depth look at the history of the case right now on the WBZ.
Okay, so it sounds like Boston 10's not going to be streaming the jury selection anymore at all. That's what it sounds like. They said that they'll be doing the opening statements. So that's interesting. No, I know it's 12 jurors, but they need alternates. Hold on. And Brandy Churchwell is live too. She does a fantastic job covering this. So I would recommend dropping in and checking her out as well. Let me see if you guys want to check in on Plevin, see what Plevin's saying in the meantime, while we wait for what's going on here.
Was all with the chem team was there with him when they did it. So there's nothing unusual or suspicious about it. And if there was something unusual about it,
color me so surprised that Plevin is talking about the taillight.
Then you would see Wanless as a defense witness. So this was a huge part of Sean's claim to support that. This was really, for many ways, the only part of Sean's claim for a long time that there was a conspiracy going back to the summer. This comes from the odd fellow there, Peter Murphy, who can Google
the odd fellow,
Josh Levy's number, U.S. attorney, and it just
the odd fellow Peter Murphy. Okay, this is who he refers to as the odd fellow Peter Murphy, who is actually a retired Canton police officer who also trained Canton police officers. He's actually a very insightful man, and you could tell he's serious. I wouldn't call him an odd fellow. I would call him an experienced law enforcement agent who merits respect.
Just comes right up and he calls him, and the U.S. attorney answers the phone.
Okay, so Plevin finds it hard to believe that Peter Murphy called the U.S. Attorney's office in Boston and got Josh Levy right away. And he's like, that's impossible. It's like the president, then Josh Levy. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. But yeah, he said that.
Anyways, that was his thing. So Murphy, this is what happens in these cases. People insert themselves. They want to be a player. It just draws them in for people that maybe don't have something going on in their lives, or they miss law enforcement or whatever. So in every big case like that, there's going to be people that not everybody feels that pull, but a certain percentage of the public.
Plevin, bro. Like, you're sitting in the dark. And I'm not trying to take jabs at like where you live or whatever your situation is. I'm not, but don't talk about people having no lives and you're sitting there wearing this all the way zipped up fucking runner's jacket, which is really weird, in the dark in what seems to be like a kitchen that's not in use. Like, you can't talk about someone being odd. And I'm looking at this, I'm sorry, Plevin. I'm just keeping it real. That's all I'm doing.
Feels that pull, and it's very powerful to get drawn into the case. Just like at Cassie's, when that woman sent the surveillance video for me and Dave and his son visiting her store a couple days ago. So, I mean, people want to be a player. They want to get involved. So Murphy'd been retired for 12 years and he inserts himself into this case, and he starts going around and talking to guys that he used to work with. And one of the guys he talks to, he visits at his shop is.
Okay. Stop. Okay. So let me educate you guys a little on Mr. Peter Murphy. Give you guys a little this is Peter Murphy, guys.
Is there anything you want to say about how you feel about how the case is going right now, or what you saw today?
I think today was just more of the same. I just can't believe that the stories that are being told in that courtroom now is something that should be a cartoon, not a judicial process.
It's crazy.
It's a cartoon. I mean, butt dialing stories and this and that, and evidentiary stuff not being provided to them.
So this is a retired Canton police officer who just heard in court, because he's concerned, so he attends these court hearings, and he just heard in court that police officers testified in front of the grand jury that they lied about not having any contact and being asleep, not having any contact with each other and being asleep at 2:22 a.m. On the morning hours of January 29th, 2022. And they lied to the grand jury, and their excuse was butt dialing. And this is a retired cop who's saying how he's basically confirming how the rest of us with common sense are looking at that, which is just, it's ridiculous. And he's saying it's a cartoon. It's a fucking cartoon, that there are experienced police officers, law enforcement agents that are lying to a federal grand jury saying that they butt dialed each other in the middle of the night when a Boston police officer just lost his life on one of their properties. And it's if I'm him, I'd be more upset. He's actually being very cool, but just he's clearly annoyed.
Defense? Yeah. I don't know how David Yannetti and that team are standing this. I mean, it's crazy. There's times in the courtroom I'm surprised somebody just doesn't get up and say, this is baloney.
I know.
I can't take this.
I want to ask you, so we found out, at least they said in court, that Brian Albert is not a target of the federal investigation. Do you have any response to that?
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, Peter Murphy. So there's an update here from Ted Daniel. It appears the issues Yannetti alluded to will not be discussed in open court. There was a lengthy discussion at sidebar. When that ended, Judge Cannoni called for jury candidates. They're walking in now. So the jury candidates are now walking in. So whatever Yannetti claimed his issues were, Judge Cannoni concluded that they won't be discussed in open court, whatever they were. So we won't know what that is.
To that.
Well, that's kind of a ambiguous question. Is it a target? They've said Morrissey isn't a target yet, but is he under investigation? Yeah, the difference between a target and investigation is, I think, the target's about to be arrested, and under investigation is not yet. They're still getting more info.
Right. And also, the feds wouldn't necessarily be investigating a murder of a civilian. They would be more investigated in the corruption side of it, right?
Correct.
Which
That's my
Brian
understanding.
probably isn't tied in as closely as maybe the state police or Morrissey to that.
Correct. That's my interpretation.
Yeah. Awesome. Anything else you want to say, or?
No, I mean, we're all in it together. Tuesday's the next day, right?
Yeah, you going to be here?
I wouldn't miss it.
Yeah, so sub to Microdots. I like streaming. I like streaming Microdots videos, but I get dinged because he uses copyrighted music, and I always get dinged for it. Let's see. Miriam says, why is he so obsessed with Sean? And what is he doing? Is he not somebody sitting there making money off of Karen Reed's case on YouTube? I mean, yeah, he likes to call people grifters, which is just really funny. But like, he just habitually, we're talking about Plevin. Thank you, Miriam. I appreciate it. No, yeah, I got you, Miriam. Thank you. Let me see real quick.
So Colin would have come out. So how do we know that he came out? What time did they leave? Well, then there's an app, Lifetime 360, that you can use to track your kids, and that app was still active on Allie's phone, and so they were able to track her going home. So to posit that Colin was still there, you would have to go with the idea that he came out and said, all right, I'm staying, go ahead. And then they would, so that you could probably track her phone and see that she went to the Alberts to drop off to Chris Alberts to drop off the son. Now, I've never heard any evidence on that, but I'm assuming that that's easy to do. And I do know that they have that Life 63 app, so I'm sure you're going to be able to see that. So the data is going to show. So you would have to assume that Colin didn't get in the car, and then for some reason Allie still drove by Chris Albert's house. Doesn't make sense. Also on the list is Ian Whiffen from Canada. Remember the good old days of a couple months ago when all the Free Karen Reed zombies were somehow
Zombies.
convincing themselves that Ian Whiffen, a prosecution expert, was going to really testify for the defense. Just madness. Even Olivia posting stuff like that all the time. It's just the madness of this case that people
Y'all are
fall for those
killing me,
stunts.
dude.
Olivia knows better. She's not stupid, but she knows the zombies are stupid. And so she puts stuff out there like that. Dr. Justin Rice. This is one of the ER doctors, nurse practitioner, Daisy Osmond. Kathleen Wilford, another nurse from Good Samaritan. Kathleen, medical director. So this would have been an all hands on deck. Somebody coming in a life, real, needing to be his edge clinging on the precipice to try to get everybody to save this guy's life. And there may have been some more effort knowing that it was a cop. I don't know. But I don't think so. I think the idea is to try to save everybody. This is interesting. Terry Kuhn of the UC Davis Veterinary Lab.
I mean, like, I love how, like, he just conveniently just dismisses the fact that, like, Jennifer McCabe failed to identify him as a police officer when she called 911. I mean, you don't think that had anything to do with anything? This whole thing stinks. This whole thing stinks. I mean, his clothes, it's so funny. He loves to talk about the taillight. And he's talking about the efforts that were made or not made while John was in the hospital and they were trying to revive him. Somebody actually sent me something, and that would actually come in handy now if I remembered who the hell sent it to me. Okay, this is it. So this is someone who says, I'm a paramedic near Canton, and I love to offer clarity on 911 policy. Patients who are in cardiac arrest, death, and also experiencing hypothermia, extreme cold, cannot be pronounced dead until their core body temperature returns to normal. Okay, returns to normal levels. It won't bore you. I won't bore you with the biological reasoning. This is likely why John O'Keefe was not pronounced dead until almost 8 o'clock. So this is, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I'd love to be able to say that if the biological explanation was given to me, that I would be like, oh, okay, probably not. But this person is stating as a paramedic, though, that that's the policy. That's the policy. So I'm going to repeat that. And let me finish the message here. The fact that John O'Keefe was treated and transported does not mean that he was alive at 6:05. He suffered a major TBI, traumatic brain injury, and minimum 3 hours of freezing temperatures. Given my experience in the field, the chance John was still alive when EMS arrived is exactly 0.00%. Okay? So what this person is saying, and they're a paramedic near Canton, okay? They're local. And they're saying that patients who are in cardiac arrest and also experiencing hypothermia cannot, and they put in all caps, cannot be pronounced dead until their core body temperature returns to normal levels. Okay? So that's why he wasn't pronounced dead. He was already dead, most likely, when he was on the property, on the lawn, which would also make sense as to why Jennifer McCabe would jump to the conclusion when talking to the 911 operator and say, I think he's dead. And I'm talking within seconds of being on the phone with the 911 operator. This is fact. This happened. So you have her saying that. You also have Jen McCabe Googling how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. So okay, we've got some updates from DUI guy. 7 minutes ago, the jury pool just walked in, all 190 of them. The courtroom is full with activity and breathing. The jury, 5 minutes, the jury just swore an oath to tell the truth upon questioning by the state or the defense attorneys. And 4 minutes, the judge is reading the criminal complaint to the potential jurors. 1 minute, judge is quoting John Adams. Lady, please. That's literally what it says. Larry put an eye rolling emoji and said, lady, please. And I could not have worded that better myself. Yeah. So, and the breathing is just Bev. Oh my God. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So I'll keep refreshing. DUI guy. Lady, please. Oh man, that just made my day. That was funny.
Okay. There's no one from a veterinary lab on the defense list. So this is someone, and we looked it up. This is one of the most elite veterinary labs and doctors, veterinary doctors that you can find. So this person is going to testify that the wounds on John's arm were not caused from a dog attack or an animal attack. I mean, so I don't really understand why people still even believe that's possible, because the DNA test showed that there was no canine material found on John's clothing, which it absolutely would be if he was attacked by a dog.
Yeah, no, the point I was making earlier was like, this guy loves to talk about this, the care that was being taken. And I'm telling you, like, the chances that he was even alive when he was in the hospital are slim to none. And the people in the hospital most likely knew this. If what this local paramedic who messaged me tells me, if what they're saying is true, excuse me, then the people in the hospital knew this. They were aware of this. They were absolutely perfectly aware of this. And yet a police officer who's deceased, on their table, his clothes are just thrown in a pile sitting on the floor. And then later on, we're supposed to believe, and a jury is supposed to believe, that those clothing that were not logged into evidence until 3 weeks later, 3 weeks later, that we're not supposed to question how microscopic pieces of taillight got in there after the other circumstances of which we know that the taillight pieces were found. I mean, give me a break. I don't even know why we're talking about the fucking taillight. There's no way that taillight is going to hold up. It's just never going to hold up. Oh my God.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Michelle W. Michelle W. You also have Jen McCabe stating that she thinks a man is dead on the lawn when she called 911, yet she never left the car. Right, exactly. That's another point to make. And thank you, Michelle W. Appreciate it. That's another point. She says She's on the phone. She even talks to her sister. But why does she not run into the house? This was John O'Keefe's contact throughout the night. This was his way of getting to the house. And then we recently find out that even Brian Higgins texted John O'Keefe trying to get him to come to the house. But Jennifer McCabe was the one who was giving directions. Jennifer McCabe was the one who they would call, say, "Oh, let me know when you're here. Pull up behind my car." I mean, and we're supposed to believe that when she's calling 911, she never gets out of the car. It's her sister's house. She doesn't run in to get blankets. She doesn't run in to wake up Brian Albert, her brother-in-law, who is a first responder, a trained first responder. He's a cop, but what I'm saying is, comes with the territory that he's a trained first responder, which is the point that I believe it was David Yannetti. Could have been Alan Jackson, but one of Karen Reed's defense lawyers made this point that he's a trained first responder. Why didn't he save or try to save John O'Keefe's life? Why didn't he come out, try to save a fellow officer's life? I made this point when I first went over the witness statements, when I was first exploring this case months ago. And I got to tell you, I love it when lawyers validate my shit. Makes me feel smart. Makes me feel like I'm using the old noodle. Especially when it's a lawyer in the case that I'm following. Pretty cool. But yeah, why didn't Brian Albert come out and try to save a fellow officer's life when he could have tried? You're going to tell me that Brian Albert and Nicole Albert just slept through all of that commotion? A dead cop in their lawn? And they just slept through all that commotion? Nobody finds this suspicious? We're supposed to believe this isn't suspicious? All right. Now the judge is reading the entire witness list again. So the parties introduced themselves to the jury. Okay. The judge reminds the jurors that they are not that if they are excused, it is not a testament to their character, but merely procedural. The parties introduced themselves to the jury pool. Now the judge is reading the entire witness list again. DUI guy says, I learned that they have a new pool today. They were only able to pick 4 from the 190 pool yesterday. Please correct me. No, that's true. That's correct. So yeah, that's all we've got so far. So she's going through the entire witness list again.
But if you, for some reason, want to dismiss that with some kind of weird idea that Michael Proctor carried around John's clothes in his trunk for a month and at some point washed them, and there's no evidence of that. I mean, it's just, if you still believe that, this doctor is going to come in.
What do you mean if we still believe it? Of course we believe it. He didn't log the clothing into evidence for 3 weeks. For at least 3 weeks. That's what matters. That's what a jury's going to hear. It's like this guy just doesn't even understand this simplicity, dude. That's what a jury's going to hear. Simple. Simple. I mean, it wasn't logged into evidence for 3 weeks. That means anything could have happened in those 3 weeks. Anything. Defense doesn't have to prove what happened to it. They just have to prove that anything could have happened to it by showing when it was logged into evidence and when that photo was taken of his clothing laying on the floor.
And testify. That's no. This was interesting too. This next one, Nicholas Bradford from Bodhi Technology and Tess Chart from Bodhi Technology. So I have not seen, and I don't know if any of you guys have, and you can tell me, I have not seen the ruling on whether to allow the DNA testing from Bodhi Technology. This was due to be ready literally yesterday. To me, I have always thought, well, I've thought that because of this, that there's a chance. I would say I always thought there'd be a better than 50-50 chance that the judge would not allow this. Now, does this mean that the judge has allowed this technology? Maybe, maybe not, because it might just mean that those two experts are going to come in and testify that it was a human hair, because they did certainly complete that part of it.
That's another thing. So this is another thing that the prosecution's going to come at everybody with. I love this. This is one of my favorites, that John O'Keefe, one of his hairs was found on the vehicle, or his DNA was found on the vehicle. They don't say blood DNA. They just say that John O'Keefe's DNA was found on his girlfriend's vehicle. You get where I'm going with this? Paying attention? You watching closely? I mean, it's his girlfriend's SUV, man. Why wouldn't his DNA be literally anywhere on that thing? Why wouldn't it be? I mean, she hit his car. We see it on video. She hit his car. So, I mean, yeah, this whole thing is just, it's so obviously too ridiculous to even go to trial, yet it's going to trial. It's fascinating.
We know from what Lally said, and again, with any testing or any exhibit,
and it's non-human hair.
Any piece of evidence.
So, I mean, but it doesn't even matter. Like, this is what I'm saying is this is the evidence. Nobody is sitting here going like, the evidence that the prosecution is bringing is just plain weak. This is what they're claiming they have, and it's just plain weak. I just don't even see how I mean, a first-year public defender couldn't poke holes right through everything that the prosecution is saying that they have.
Evidence. You can't take anybody's word for it, including Lally. But he has said that he said at the last hearing that there was a match between John's DNA and that hair, the DNA found in that hair. So will that be allowed? I don't know.
Shocker.
But definitely they're gonna come in and say that it was a human hair. And again, just remember Turtle Boy and Alan Jackson trying to scream that it's a non.
Bro. January 27th, 2022. I'm John O'Keefe. Hey, babe, is this the last of the groceries in your car? Okay, cool. Oh, man. Hair gets on the bumper. He's pulling groceries out of the trunk. I mean, I don't understand how this is somehow some smoking gun. It's John O'Keefe's hair on the trunk of his girlfriend's car, like on the bumper of his girlfriend's car. It means nothing. And it could have been put there. You know, I mean, it's so stupid. It's just so stupid. The case against Karen Read is so fucking weak. And it's like, because it's going to trial, we're acting like it's not for some reason. It's so weird. Like it's Twilight Zone shit. What's Cherry saying? I'd be worried if his DNA wasn't on her car. Right. That would be suspicious. If John's DNA was not on Karen Read's SUV, that would be suspicious. I mean, this is like, it's why, like, I listen to Plevin and it's just like, he just doesn't stop. I can't help it. I can't help it.
Non-human hair. Just remember that. When you think, people have to question what they're told by all sides, really.
Yeah.
But certainly by the defense team, certainly by Turtle Boy, and oh my God, nothing. If Sean,
but not the prosecution.
CPU.
We don't question the prosecution. Just, of course, we have to focus our questions on the defense. The defense who's saying that the evidence that they plan to use is coming from an independent federal investigation. A good chunk of the evidence that they plan on using, the exculpatory evidence, as well as the third-party culprit evidence that they plan to use is based on an independent, the findings of an independent federal investigation. I don't understand why, like, things like this are right in your face and you're just going to be like, oh no. And this dickhead's going to be like, the feds are corrupt. It's just so funny.
Or the grifter.
That's what he likes to call me.
If those guys tell you something, it's almost certainly not true. Sean's batting record is 0. I've never seen anything like it. Everything he puts out is false. It's incredible. All right, on the list, Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Ryan Nagel, Tristan Morris, don't even know who that is, Caitlin Albert, that's the daughter, Gretchen Voss of Boston Magazine.
All right.
Gretchen Voss had interviewed Karen extensively.
Okay, shut up, Plevin. So DUI guy, let's see. Correction. Yesterday, 90 jurors yesterday, 70 stated they heard the case. 25 had, yes, we read that earlier. Judge said the trial should last 6 to 8 weeks. Jurors are warned every person is innocent unless and until proven guilty by the Commonwealth, unless they prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt based solely on the evidence alone. The reason this is taking so long is because too many people have heard about this case and the prosecution doesn't want anyone who knows about it. I mean, good luck with that. And I love, and of course, you know, DUI guy adds in a rolling eye emoji to that too. So yeah, the prosecution doesn't want anybody on the jury who knows about this case. Fair enough, but shouldn't, I mean, there's this undertone that the prosecution blames the defense for this, and blames the people outside for this, blames Turtle Boy for this. Why do I think that? Because, well, in their opposition to the motion to dismiss, they brought up Turtle Boy. They brought Turtle Boy's name into the Karen Read thing. The prosecution did. And then on top of that, what I find very, very funny about this is the prosecution is so worried about the public knowing, and they don't want the jury tampered with. They don't want people on the jury who know about the case. Yet the first person to make anything actually really public, well, no, he wasn't the first, but I mean, Michael Morrissey made a public statement. It was unprecedented. It was unprecedented. His words. It will be the first of its kind. It needs to stop. Michael Morrissey did that. He did that. Not his office, not Lally. He did that. Michael Morrissey made this public statement, and now he's upset about finding people on the jury who doesn't know anything about the case. I find that precious.
And we're going to find out that Karen and Yannetti screwed up. So this was entered in discovery only in January, but Gretchen Voss had talked to people and played the audio for people that I've talked to. So Karen said, people that I trust, by the way. So Karen said in this interview with David Yannetti present that the Mass State Police lied about not finding any pieces of taillight inside John's driveway or at John's driveway. And the reason she knew they lied was because she herself, when she examined her taillight, had pulled a piece out and dropped it on the driveway. Obviously, when she was doing that interview last summer, she didn't understand, and Yannetti didn't understand the importance of what they were saying. Well, they wouldn't have allowed her to say it. Because she describes in vivid detail just how broken that taillight was. And no, it was not just cracked. There were pieces missing and wires showing, the way she said it, to the point where she even says she was worried about the operation of the vehicle. That's kind of crazy, but that's what she thought. All right.
No
so,
offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
In her own words, Karen destroys everything that Sean McDonough has been saying for almost a year. Destroys it in her own words. And you're going to hear that in court. You're going to hear it. Now, for a zombie, it doesn't matter what you hear because you've already made up your mind and you're not going to actually listen to evidence because this is an emotional issue. But to everybody else, it's going to be extremely powerful. Louis Jutras of King, Nicholas Roberts of the Massachusetts Office of Alcohol Testing. So they're going to talk about Karen's blood level, or her blood alcohol level, I assume. That part of the case has never been that interesting to me, but Karen's degree of intoxication, she's not being charged with a DUI here, so I don't know. It doesn't really tell me anything about what happened. Sarah Levinson was in the house. She's going to testify. Audrey Porto of the Mass State Police Crime Lab, Ashley Viller of the Crime Lab, Maureen Hartnett of the Crime Lab, Christine Hanley of the Crime Lab, Sophie Hrizen of the Crime Lab, Lucky Loughran of Canton is on the defense list.
Of course,
this
he
is
is
on the prosecution. This is on the prosecution list. Yeah. So Lucky Loughran, the plow driver, is on the prosecution list.
Where do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get them?
What does that tell you? What is he going to testify for them? Well, I think what he's going to testify is that he plowed the street.
You're a little cunt.
Now, of course, just because somebody's on the list doesn't mean that either side has to call on him. But it's important to know that the street was plowed because that's why the larger pieces of taillight, the two pieces that the CERT team found sometime around reportedly at 5:45, those pieces were buried deep in the snow.
Twat!
Now, there was much more snow at that time than there was at between, say, like 6 and 8, 6 and 9, whenever the Canton police were looking around out there. But at that time, sorry, I was just looking at the message. But at that time, it had been snowed. And if you look at the dash cam photo that was leaked from Karen through Sean about a month ago, you can see the size of the plow mound that was there. So let's say maybe
you need to shut the fuck up.
For real, man. Hold on. So DUI guy says, I'll let you know when and if they go live. The only camera in the room is pointing toward the wall ceiling. Jurors are asked to take out their number cards, and they are now being asked questions by the judge. An amazing moment happens in court. Judge asks, who knows about this case? 70% of the jurors' hands go up. That happened 26 seconds ago. Well, more like a minute now, but 70% of the hands go up of people who know about the case. This is going to take forever. Oh my God.
Had fallen at the time that Lucky first plowed that location. So sometime maybe around 5:30 or something. Now, this is just my eyeballing of it, but it looks to me like it's about 16 inches wide by 16 inches high. So not some deep mound. You wouldn't want to build a snow fort in that, but certainly deep enough for pieces of taillight, say about this big, to be wrapped up in it. And so the taillight would have exploded when the car made impact, and those taillight pieces would be on the street, and then they would get plowed up. And there's no way the Canton police were ever going to bring a shovel to a state police crime scene. And that crime scene was automatically going to be turned over to the state police, because in the town of Canton, in every town in Massachusetts, with the exception of Springfield, Worcester, and Boston, who are large cities and they have their own homicide departments in every.
So this is his justification for them using a leaf blower on a crime scene. Okay, Plevin. That's enough of you.
Get the fuck out!
All right. Let's see what's I don't think Tom's live anymore, is he? Yeah, I want to.
No. If you see him today, you absolutely need to tell him that. That's interesting.
And I think it was more for him.
Yes.
Not because of
keeping
him.
us out.
Or
Because I gotta tell you, people, man, I think it's beautiful watching these people stand up for what they believe in here locally.
Lady right here in the pink, very important person. This lady right here. Hello. Would you like to go on? I'm good. How are you doing? Good. I got that. Hey, Ted.
Yeah,
how are you today?
Okay, so this is Ted Daniel. I guess Tom ran into Ted Daniel.
Today. I'm good. How are you doing? Good. I got 1,000 people on my live stream. I'm not throwing the camera in your face, but do you want to maybe say a couple words to my friends? Sure. All right. Hey, guys, listen, got a special treat for you guys here.
That's nice.
Look who's here.
Good morning.
Way to go, Tom.
Ted, what do you think about the trial, the whole thing so far?
Well, I think I was impressed that they were able to pick 4 jurors the first day. I didn't think they were going to get that many. So we're, 12 more to go? And I hope they finish that process quickly.
Yeah, 12 more to go. Sorry about that.
The good stuff, the evidence, and, the arguments on both sides.
So you obviously have more documents and you're privileged to more information.
Yeah.
What can you tell us that you can't necessarily go out there and say possible? Is that
no, I don't do that. I mean, pretty much everything that we've seen, we've reported. And I think you guys are pretty familiar with all the documents too. I feel like there are people who are following it like you just as closely as us who are in kind of the mainstream media. So I think most everything's out there. I think it's going to be interesting to see. I think it's going to hurt the defense that they're not able to, in opening statements, come out and point fingers. To me, that seems like, so they're going to have to weave it in through testimony. And I see that as a challenge for them. But I think that she had to let the third party in, or that would have been a huge grounds for appeal.
What do you think the challenges are for the prosecution? Like for the prosecution, The
Damn.
prosecution has hurdles they have to get over, obviously.
Absolutely,
What do you
because
think
we-
their hurdle?
That is the loudest horn of all time.
So, you know, she is innocent until proven guilty, and all you need is reasonable doubt. And when you start looking at some of the weird things that happened in this case, and if the jury gets to hear some of those strange things that I don't think happen in 99% of the cases out there, I think, you know, if you have a jury that's vested and listening, that they might have some of the same questions that everybody else has.
How do you think it's going to end?
I don't know. I don't want to handicap it. I don't want to predict it because I could be wrong. I don't know. I think.
Yeah, see,
second-degree
he
murder
doesn't
was
get
a
to do
pretty
that.
Heavy charge for this crime. So that's essentially second degree is not premeditation but deliberate, right?
Yep.
So she didn't plan in advance, but she wanted to kill him or committed a crime where she knew that she could kill him in the process, and that's a pretty heavy charge.
All right, one more question. The significance of the courthouse itself with the Zacco Vanzetti trial back then,
Yeah.
and this trial here, and the potential of
Hey, yo, can we talk about how good of an interview this is, bro? Way to go, Tom, dude. This is great.
it possibly could be on the fringe. What do you think about
All right, help me understand what the question.
the fringe of it actually being a police cover-up and actually people being involved and all the things that the defense is saying? That all comes true, right?
Right.
Hypothetically.
Okay.
What do you think this courthouse with Zacco and Vanzetti, you think that trial and this trial together could possibly change?
You know, the fact that the feds have already looked at this and we don't have any, I think if anybody was going to come in, if anyone was going to come in and say, hey, we found something, stop this, it would be the feds. That hasn't happened. I'm not sure if it ever will happen. So I think I would have put most of my...
I can't disagree with that. And I don't know if I've ever discussed that or not. But the idea that, okay, by now, if the feds were going to go, we cannot allow this trial to go on, then it's probably not going to happen. You know, I mean, it's not. The trial has begun. The fact of the matter is jury selection is part of the trial. The trial has begun. If the feds had absolute proof that Karen Read is absolutely innocent, then I feel like we would have it already. But Audrey Lopez, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to Logic. Appreciate you.
Eggs in the basket of the feds to do that. And I don't know. I think that this is going to continue. And I don't think that we'll ever, I think at the end of this whole thing, there's still going to be a lot of people who feel one way and a lot of people I don't think we're ever going to get this resolution that maybe people want.
Listen, thank you. Have a great day, Ted. Good luck.
That was great. Way to go, Tom, man. Look at Tom out there like getting it, dude. That's fantastic.
All right, guys. Hi, my dear. How are you?
Yeah, and I wanna piggyback a little off of what Benjamin John said. You wanted to give a shout out to everybody out there and respecting the court order, and taking the higher ground. I think that speaks volumes. These people are all just fantastic, just amazing. Benjamin John also said, I 100% agree with everything Ted said, and I'm thankful that he took the time to say it. Ted, if you ever read this, thank you. Right on. Way to go, Ted Daniel. Let's see if Ted Daniel has any updates from the courtroom. He says 12 people indicate they've already formed a bias in this case. So he said roughly 25 people raised their hand when they asked if they formed an opinion of this case, and 12 people indicate that they've already formed bias in this case. Wow. Okay. Let's see what DUI guy says. We'll be lucky to pick 4 more jurors today. At this rate, opening statements will start on Monday. Nearly 20 jurors state they formed an opinion about this case. Bias or prejudice against for one of the parties, 11 hands go up. So, yeah. It probably, and I expected that. I got to be honest. Jury selection in this case is going to be fascinating. And we're seeing exactly why. People already have a bias in this case. There's so much, like, you know, the thing is people are going to wonder, like, did Turtle Boy interfere with this case through his investigations? Technically, yes. Did he do it deliberately? Did he do it with malice? No. Because the thing is nobody would be talking about this case. There would be nobody on Karen Read's side. There would be nobody listening. It would be Karen Read versus the establishment. How do you fight the establishment? You need somebody in there who's going to fight for you. And if you don't have anybody in there, you have nothing but the public. That is all you have. That's what you do. When shit goes down and you can't count on the authorities to help you, what do? You go to the fucking media. That's what you do. You go to the media. You make sure people know about it. You make sure. That is how you cover your ass. It is not an uncommon thing to do. So when you're Karen Read and you've got what there clearly seems to be a pattern coming from the Norfolk County DA down to law enforcement agents, on and off duty, retired, active, just a network of people with connections. You've got Chris Albert, who sits on the select board. I mean, this is the monster that Karen Read is up against. She needs rock stars like Jackson and Yannetti. There's no other way to fight this entity. There's no other way to do it. There's no other way to do it than to have Jackson and Yannetti on your defense team and have Turtle Boy out there, a guy like Turtle Boy out there being aggressive and digging for information and making sure the public is outraged about what's going on there. You know, I mean, it was necessary. What Turtle Boy did was absolutely necessary. Now, is it affecting jury selection? Absolutely. But the thing is people will want to say, well, Turtle Boy committed a crime. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Because being a reporter and bringing something to the public forefront, it has its consequences. It has its downsides. Yes, unfortunately, yes, this is an issue. But the thing is Turtle Boy did not commit a crime because he did not do this to deliberately interfere with jury selection. All he did was push people to tell the truth. People who claim to be John O'Keefe's friend, who are trying to do everything they can to not have to do what they can to get John O'Keefe justice. People who have been avoiding sitting on the stand. I mean, this is the mess it is. All Turtle Boy did was expose it. But it was absolutely necessary. Yes, I've been checking Twitter. It was absolutely necessary. Okay, so bias or prejudice against our for one of the parties, 11 hands go up. And thank you, Nancy. Sure, bias is okay, but can they listen to be fair? Is a formed bias automatic dismissal? I really just wanted a super chat laugh. Oh,
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a.
There you go, Nancy Usher. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah. I'm sorry, but yes, absolutely. Is Turtle Boy somehow responsible in some way, shape, or form for what's happening with jury selection? Sure. Sure. No denying that. But is it criminal? Not at all. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Not in my opinion. Because it was absolutely necessary. Every bit of it, everything that we're seeing, the public needed to know about this. The public needed to know about this. Dude, we're talking about corruption. The public has a right to know equally as much as Karen Reed's defense. Equally. And some may not agree with that, but I'm telling you they do. Because at the end of the day, they're also the ones who have to live under this corruption. Every single day. This is why we go over those select board meetings from time to time. Because I like to hear those citizens exercise their First Amendment rights, use their voices, and speak up. I love to see that. Now, it doesn't do anything. Not immediately. But seeing this is all documented. It's all documented. All of these people standing up, going out there protesting. You think that they're just protesting for Karen Reed? No, they're protesting because they have to live there. And there is corruption. Clear corruption. And now their rights are being fucked with. You know? Like, these people are upset. And they are justifiably upset.
Did you get a good night's sleep? You were busy yesterday. My God, you were. How many times you go back and forth?
I get rid of a lot of pins.
I still got the bag in my pocket.
All right, don't forget them.
Okay.
It
weighs more than I do.
I got to the point that.
Okay, so Ted Daniel posted, for those wondering about the stream, here's what I've been told. Point 8 in the media order states that only the first day of impanelment, when the case is called and jury instructed, is allowed to be recorded. That's it. So jury selection will not be streamed, it looks like, according to Ted Daniel, what he just explained. At least that's how I'm interpreting that. So we're just going to have to do updates. and I'll hang out with you guys for as long as it takes. Like I said, we'll just find videos and things like that to comment on and hear people what they have to say about the case. But I do like to go over the coverage of the people outside of the courthouse, because these are the people who are affected.
The site wouldn't let me put any more money up.
Yeah.
So that was good.
Cool. Awesome.
Oh, you have two on.
Yes.
Ah, you have one on your tie. One
Yeah,
on your
because if I take my jacket off, I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just interviewed Ted Daniels.
saw
Like, what
that.
the hell's up with that?
I know. It's really
Jesus Christ! Wow. All right, guys.
Just don't talk to Dolly Vision anymore.
I'm trying to talk to everyone. Again, treat Ted the way, treat Dolly, treat everyone nice, right? Then you don't have a problem. Man.
I mean, Dolly just got in his
I can see chat.
feels,
Let me scroll.
man. Like, he just got in his feels. Like, the dude he thinks this is all a competition. He's out there for the wrong reasons. You know, nobody can help Dolly with that. Just let Dolly be, you know, let him just sit out there and, you know, and continue not doing anything. You know, it's all good.
Scroll back a little bit. Melanie Little. Love Melanie Little. I become the reporter for the interviewer. Wow. I was so nervous. My legs were shaking. I did everything. I jabbed the phone into my stomach because that wasn't shaking. But it's like that. My legs, my arms. Oh, my God. All right. I'm going on the other side again. How you doing? Good morning. Oh, Melanie's here. Melanie, I love all your stuff. You and Brandy together are just wonderful. My God, I can watch you guys every day.
Hey,
Yeah.
Oh, that's who she is.
Yeah.
Can we stop bringing attention, like that? Stop bringing attention to the Mr. O'Keefe and being on Karen's side stuff, because it's gonna give the prosecution and the family time to talk them out of it.
No, it's too late. Doesn't matter.
I know, but can we try to kill it? Like,
Yeah. Well,
by request of a family member, like, can we try to kill that conversation? It should have never been leaked anyway. Huh?
oh,
Oh, okay.
Tom is the mayor of YouTube.
Even though we had a lot of
Not here.
short hair.
Cherry, can you please drop a link to Resistant to Silence? Because I want people to know about them as well. Those are the people who organize these protests and have been for all this time. So whenever there's any updates or anything that they're organizing or whatever, they tend to go live and talk about it. So I definitely want to make you guys aware, since I have so many people watching, make you guys aware of that. And if it's something that interests you, you can check them out.
Yeah, Kelly. Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
with the blazer. Yep.
Everyone.
All right.
The only thing is they put family, we do not yell at them.
But then when
Tom came back.
You can walk through.
Tom, how was your interview with Mr. Ted?
I'm still shaking.
Are you?
Yeah, I was gonna give the phone. I was gonna give it to you. Here, it's all yours. I gotta go. Oh my God. Wow.
All right, hold on a second. Just gonna drop in on other stuff here. Check out and see if there's any like news stuff. I think Law and Crime just did something while we check in on did we already? Yeah, we already watched the closing arguments thing. We did that yesterday. And then there's this Legal Bites. I guess she's an attorney. She posted this 2 days ago. And here's look what I found. Look what I found. This is what we listened to last night, but we'll play it. This is the video.
Being here, this town seems like crazy divided. Is that an assessment that's accurate?
No.
I wouldn't even say it's divided. A lot of people say that, but when I go into Canton and I hold peaceful protests outside of Chris Albert's Pizza Shop on the busiest street in town, all I get are honks, people screaming, free Karen Reed, we support Turtle Boy. So I think it's kind of a misnomer that the town is divided. There's like 50 McAlberts, and then everybody else who knows that John O'Keefe was murdered inside 34 Fairview Road by the Alberts and left out to die, and that Karen Reed was framed. This is a fact, not an opinion. It happened. The evidence is undeniable that shows that.
Well, and I just, for the purposes of this program, have to say that's an allegation that has not been proven, and yet Karen is on trial. I do want to ask you this. Why do you think that the police, came after you and charged you with witness intimidation, among other things? Like, they really threw the book at you. And I think you were even incarcerated for a while and had to wear an ankle monitor based on your protest and your efforts to...
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Grandmaster Sofos, thank you so much, buddy, as always. Glare, in the UK, the jury has to be unanimous. Is it the same in the USA, or does the count differ? No, it has to be unanimous. Every single juror, if there's one juror who is not convinced, then it is what's known as a hung jury. Yes, the jury has to be unanimous for Karen Reed to be found guilty.
Show people other sides of the evidence.
Because I'm too effective. The journalism is too effective that we've been doing here. We've uncovered things that the police have attempted to hide. For instance, they attempted to hide the identity of the plow driver. They lied in their reports and said that Fairview Road was not plowed that night. I went down and tracked down the plow driver myself, Lucky Loughran, who told me that there was nobody on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road when he went by at 2:30, which means that Karen Reed could not have hit him at 12:30. He also told me that he had spoken with the FBI about this already, and that there was a Ford Edge parked right next to where the body was found 3 hours later at 3 a.m. 3 members of the Albert family own a Ford Edge. I'm asking questions like that. I'm tracking down people involved in this case. I'm doing the work that the state police are intentionally covering up. And for that reason, the same corrupt cops who I've been exposing filed these bogus witness intimidation charges against me, which is nothing more than legally protected constitutional speech, which journalists have been doing for decades. And they have weaponized this. Go ahead.
Centuries.
Yeah, I've only got like 30 seconds left. injuries are very weird. Mr. O'Keefe has injuries sort of above the neck and shoulders, which maybe doesn't jive with being hit by a car. He's got a gash in the back of his head, which would be a lot of blood, yet not a lot of blood found at the scene. He's got what looks like dog bites on his arm. And I understand that the house, there was a dog that lived in that house. All of this, as the FBI is investigating the investigators, again, about 20 seconds left. Has the FBI approached you and asked what you've been able to dig up?
Our attorneys have spoken with the FBI about both my case and the Reed case and ways in which they're connected. The FBI knows that John O'Keefe was not killed inside that house. Was not killed outside the house, that he was killed inside the house, that he was inside the house, that his Apple Health data shows him going up and down 3 flights of stairs while he was inside that house. So they absolutely know. They've convened a federal grand jury.
That's fascinating.
Yes, in due time, the people who are responsible.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find.
Okay. So, now again, I'm of the opinion, I think it's interesting that, because again, what Ted Daniels said was tried and true in my opinion. But the thing is, the one thing about why, I mean, if I'm playing devil's advocate and I'm trying to understand like why the FBI has not intervened and put a stop to this trial. I mean, maybe, like I said, maybe it's they're trying to build the case. You know, maybe, you know, the trial will finalize. Maybe they'll provide the evidence to allow her to be found not guilty. Because obviously, if she's found guilty, I mean, let's keep it real here for a second. If she's found guilty, it's there's definitely some level of corruption here. Definitely, there has to be. It makes no sense. Like the evidence that the prosecution is claiming they have, and every single time, like when you look at every single hearing that we've watched, it's the defense that is presenting their case. The prosecution doesn't seem to present a case at all. They seem to be on a very weak, a constant weak defense against what the defense is presenting to the court, which is something that you never see. Prosecution is not coming at anybody with a case where it's on them to do so, but they haven't been coming at anybody with a case. Prosecution has not barely presented a case against Karen Reed. So I don't know. And so maybe the way that they plan on prosecuting this case is part of the investigation, and maybe they plan on building their case further via how they plan on prosecuting this case during trial. And somehow that's ethical. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know, but I don't see how that, I just don't see how that would be a thing. So I feel like they would have put a stop to this trial by now. Sorry, I'm just looking for okay.
Has captivated the state and beyond for months now. Protesters and supporters gathering outside the Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham today as jury selection in the murder trial of Karen Reed gets underway. Now, both sides are allowed to challenge 16 jurors for no reason and additional jurors for cause. And the process of narrowing down the field is expected to take quite some time.
Okay, jurors are filling out their questionnaires now.
WBZ's Penny Commit has more from outside the courthouse.
Karen Reed walking up to the Norfolk Superior Courthouse in Dedham Tuesday morning, surrounded by applause and support.
It is time for people to stand for truth. It is time to stamp out gaslighting.
Today marks the beginning of Reed's second-degree murder trial, a case that has captivated the entire state. Reed is accused of hitting her Boston police officer boyfriend John O'Keefe with her car and leaving him to die in January of 2022. But Reed's lawyers say this is all a cover-up and are hoping to shift the blame to 3 other men. The judge just ruled today to allow that defense. Now, the outside of Norfolk Superior Court looks quite different today. Normally, those steps would be filled with Karen Reed supporters, but the judge approved a 200-foot buffer zone, leaving all of her supporters and protesters down the street.
The prosecution is lying to the American people, and that is why I'm here.
The decision comes as jury selection is set to begin today. The judge supported the prosecution's concern that the protesters could sway juror opinion. Reed supporters are calling it unconstitutional.
Because the buffer zone, basically what it is a restraining order against the citizens of Massachusetts.
Finding an impartial jury for such a high-profile case, legal experts say, will be challenging, but not impossible.
In our superior courts, it can take multiple days to pick a jury because both sides are allowed to excuse up to 16 potential jurors just for no reason at all.
The selection process is expected to take several days. The trial itself, up to 7 weeks. But protesters say they'll be out here every day.
And the people that you see here are taking that stand. And believe me, it doesn't come without cost. Personal sacrifice. Relationships have been torn apart.
And believe it is their civic duty to find justice for John O'Keefe.
You want justice for John O'Keefe? Just getting justice for John O'Keefe would be freeing Karen Reed.
In Dedham, Penny Kmitt, WBZ News.
We will have live streaming coverage.
I mean, they obviously cut her off, but yeah, it starts with freeing Karen Reed. It absolutely does. Justice for John O'Keefe absolutely begins with exonerating Karen Reed, 100%. Because the eyes of the law right now are focused on Karen Reed because she's on trial for his murder, even though we know she didn't do it. And now we need those eyes to direct towards 34 Fairview, that night of. So what's Cherry doing in there? Cherry, what are you doing? I'm a Baffle gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Let's see. Dave's channel. Ang Scully Wonka. Okay. And Scully Wonka, you win handle of the day. Ang Scully Wonka. Mandy, Maureen Coakley, Easton Mimi. Congrats, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you on the Baffled. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, so here's the juror questionnaire. Oh my God. What am I supposed to do with this? I can't read that. That is way too small. Actually, no, here we go. Okay, cool. This is great. Okay, so thank you, DUI guy, for posting the juror questionnaire. We're going to read that real quick while the jurors fill that out. And it'll be fun for us to fill out our own version of the juror questionnaire. So I'll do my best. I think that's as much as I can blow it up. It is alleged that on February 29th, 2022, hold on, sorry about that. It is alleged that on January 29th, 2022, while intoxicated and operating her motor vehicle in Canton, Massachusetts, the defendant, Karen Reed, killed her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, an off-duty Boston police officer. Is there anything about the description of the case, the charges, or that the victim was an off-duty police officer that causes you to believe that you cannot be fair and impartial in this case? Question number 2. Do you have opinions regarding previous experiences as a juror, the fairness of the jury system, or criminal justice system in our country that would impair your ability to be fair and impartial to both the Commonwealth and to the defendant? Question number 3. Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that would make it difficult for you to follow the law and come to a verdict in this case? Number 4, reports about this case have been publicized in the media. Do you think you have read, seen, heard, or discussed anything about this case from any source? Now, this is interesting because, I mean, guys, none of us would have been we couldn't be jurors. None of us could be jurors. Really, literally based on this, none of us. Oh, okay. Come on. Okay, so the case is expected to garner a significant amount of media attention. Is there anything about the high-profile nature of this case? Is there anything about the high-profile nature of this case that would prevent you from serving as a fair and impartial juror? Have you? Have you already started to make up your mind about this case? Do you, any family members or close friends reside in or conduct regular business in Canton, Massachusetts? Is there any reason you would be unable to follow an instruction that during your jury service, you may not read any news or media accounts about this case, watch or listen to any media or news broadcasts or commentary about this case, discuss this case with anyone, research or look this case up on the internet, or prefer independent research? That would already be a fucking yes for me. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Don B says, Cherry earned this 10 spot today. You are awesome, girl. Agreed. Thank you so much, Don B. I appreciate you. And you're awesome too, Cherry says. Have you already started making up your mind in this case? I love that. Is there any reason that if you were inadvertently exposed to outside influence or media about this case, you would be unable to follow any instruction that you must report an exposure to the court through this court officer? Would you automatically believe or disbelieve law enforcement, firefighters, or first responders simply because of their occupation? That's a good question. The answer would be no for me, obviously. Do you have any strong personal beliefs or have been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends or relatives about law enforcement? Sorry, it's really hard to read this. Officers, prosecutors, or the government. Have you any personal beliefs or been exposed to any strong personal beliefs Yeah. My cousin fucking hates ambulance people, man. He fucking hates ambulance people. Okay, yeah, you're dismissed. If I was trying to get out of jury duty, it's some shit I would say. Have you ever been involved in a group, community, or individual activity such as march, demonstration, or financial contribution showing support for law enforcement in or outside your community? Have you ever been involved in a group, community, or individual activity such as a march, demonstration, or financial contribution that was critical of the police or law enforcement in or outside of your own community? Have you or someone close to you ever had education, training, or work experience in any of the following fields: law enforcement, military, alcohol, drug abuse, domestic violence? Do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about operating a motor vehicle under the influence or alcohol? I mean, these are great questions. They don't want somebody whose cousin or, spouse or child was killed by a drunk driver on that jury. You know what I mean? They don't want anything like that. Have you ever been involved in a group, organization, participated in a march, demonstration, campaign, or donated money to or on behalf of an organization or cause that was against driving under the influence of alcohol, such as SAD, Students Against Drunk Driving, or MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving? So have you ever even marched, which is something that, a decent person would do? Anybody who has a problem with drunk drivers, of course. Why wouldn't you march if you want to do something? But it would make you not qualified to be a juror in this case. Has anyone close to you ever been involved in an incident involving drinking and driving? If no, would that experience prevent you from being fair and impartial juror in this case? Have you ever have you or has anyone close to you been involved in or witnessed a motor vehicle crash? Is there anything about crash reconstruction testimony that would make it difficult for you to be fair or impartial in this case? Have you or any family members or close friends been involved in a domestic violence relationship that featured physical, mental, and or verbal abuse? Okay, wow. Jesus, that would fucking disqualify everybody. Let's go back to number 20 here. Is there anything about crash reconstruction testimony that would make it difficult for you to be fair or impartial in this case? Now, you guys tell me, okay? You guys tell me. All right? If it's difficult for you guys to be fair or impartial when watching this, okay? Hold on, it needs... Hold on, I gotta play that one more time. Okay, so sorry, that's Plevin's very, very detailed recreation of the alleged incident of John O'Keefe. Yeah. So yeah, that's Plevin's recreation of that. Okay, so have you ever been a victim of a violent crime? During trial, you will hear about medical treatment, death and review, graphic autopsy photos. Will that affect your ability? There's a typo there. Oh, no, there's not. Oh, yeah, there is. Hold on. No, there's not. Will that affect your ability to participate and be fair and impartial juror? You may find a defendant guilty based on circumstantial evidence, but you cannot find a defendant guilty based on speculations, guesswork, and surmise. Is it difficult for you to understand the difference between circumstantial evidence, speculation, guesswork, and surmise? Dude, I could give you a list of people who would have to fucking check, yes on that. They would have to. Do you believe Karen Read should prove her innocence? I give you a list of idiots that would check yes on that too. If the defendant doesn't testify, do you think she is probably guilty or hiding something? I can give you another list of idiots that would check yes on that. Do you know or recognize anyone you have seen today in the courthouse, or in the jury pool? Would you answer to any of the above questions be embarrassing or damaging if disclosed publicly, or would disclosure infringe on your privacy? Okay, so basically, if it became public that they were a juror and these questions, their questionnaire became public, would it impede on their privacy? Would they freak out about it? Would your answers to any of the above questions be embarrassing or damaging if disclosed publicly, or would disclosure infringe on your privacy? Do you have any concerns about your personal privacy due to the presence of video cameras in the courtroom and or highly publicized nature of the case? And that's it. That is the questionnaire that they are filling out, that they're probably done with by now. And so let's refresh and see what's going on with DUI guy here. He posted, the room is starting to thin out. A bunch of jurors are leaving. Per the order of the court, we don't get to hear the interactions as they are conducted in judges' chambers and behind closed doors. The room is starting to thin out. A bunch of jurors are leaving. Per the order of the court, we don't get to hear those interactions as they are conducted in judges' chambers and behind closed doors. So basically the same thing that took place yesterday is happening now. Give me just 1 second here, folks. Okay, thanks for waiting, guys. Appreciate it. So basically, I think that this is just going to be the same thing that happened yesterday. And then we'll know what's going on with the jurors after the fact. So let me see what Ted Daniels said. He hasn't posted anything since he said about the streaming. So I mean, this is crazy, dude. Like, this is going to be a long process, folks. No doubt about it. Let's watch a little of the DUI guy's live stream from earlier. See what he has to say.
This morning, we are getting ready. I just finished getting ready, and I'm waiting on Chandler to get ready. She's finishing up. We are here in Dedham, Massachusetts, just an hour southwest of Boston. And we are about 5 minutes from the courthouse right now. Some of the protesters we've met last night, we met Aidan Kearney, and it was a really fun dinner. It was a really, really entertaining dinner. We met a lot of people. We met Paul and Jess and Rita, and of course, Aidan in the flesh. We met Dana. We met, who else did we meet? I mean, we met a bunch of people. There was like 15 of us in there, maybe even more, I think 16.
Really awesome.
But anyway, really, really exciting stuff. And I'm just sitting in the car warming it up right now because it's pretty brisk here in
Dedham?
It's pretty brisk right here in Massachusetts, in Dedham. Also, for those of you who have been following the Dummy Kruger and what's his name? I always forget his name because I just care so little about him. Chris, whatever his channel is, I don't remember. I don't care. There's another video that's going to be dropped by Dummy Kruger, so be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. That's going to be either later today or tomorrow. Yes, I do have the pink tie. Of course, in solidarity, everyone is wearing pink today. Hey, Alabama Rose, thank you so much. We got a moderator in the chat this early in the morning. Good for you. Thank you so much. So we got the pink tie, and she's got a pink hoodie she's going to be putting on that we bought at the airport. And of course, I got my badge. So we'll see. I'm very excited to be there and watch the jury picking process in action, because yesterday, most of the stuff they couldn't air because they're basically asking questions of jurors, and they don't want to put the jurors on blast, which is the smart move.
I think that's his video.
As far as I understand, I was trying to keep up with it yesterday, but it's so hard because the oh, there she is. Look at that.
I guess it
Look
was.
at that beautiful pink sweater. Say hi to Chad Chandler.
Hi, Chad.
It's got Louisville on it, so it's representing our home city. And somebody says I'm having Johnny Depp flashbacks. All right, so now that we're all here, if you don't mind, babe, can you hold it? Anyway, you can hold it on yourself, you can hold it on me, but I need hashtag buckle up.
I also need to hashtag buckle up. I can't do that necessarily if I'm holding this up. Give me a second.
I got you. We're not in a hurry. We got all the time in the world.
Well, we do want to get there.
Eventually.
On time-ish.
All right, here we go. Now that we're both hashtag buckled up, let's put the address in. We can actually, I found out, look, we can walk to the courthouse and it will be faster than driving with all this traffic.
Really?
Almost faster. Huh. And there's your favorite store, the You Break I Fix store. She just really loves the name because it's like, you guys know that store, right? You Break I Fix. It's like you break your cell phone.
It's my favorite store.
It's your favorite store.
Because I break things that need to be fixed all the time. I'm saying, yeah. Can I put this like somewhere? Like, I have to hold this.
Well, you don't have to hold it.
I kind of need to use my hands for something.
Absolutely. Here, let me see if I can get this. Let me see if I can get this set up right here.
Sorry, I can hold it.
Yeah. Here. Let's see.
I didn't really need it. I don't just, like, put on some mascara.
Got you. Well,
Here,
let me see if I can get
and
this
make
set up.
sure to if you haven't watched this yet,
Yes, I do have a tripod.
make
but
sure to
the
give it a
only problem
like.
is getting it to stay.
Because I'm streaming it,
Okay,
but
well, let's see. Let's try this.
he's a
Let's
friend,
try
so
this.
make sure to give
All
this
right,
video a
and-
like. I don't want to like step on his toes at all.
How's that working?
I don't know. So far, so good. There's a lot of surface area on this thing, so I don't have to hold it. I can use my hands. Because you know me, I like to use.
Are we live?
Yes, we are live.
Oh yes, chat. It's a hello to chat. It's early. I'm still finishing my coffee.
It's like say hello to a non-chat.
My brain has not started braining yet.
Well, then brain it.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already been brained.
I think I'm pretty
Remember
sure
that?
he
No,
has
you've
a
never
press
seen it.
pass.
Chandler's never seen another teen movie. Not another teen movie.
I have not.
Oh my God, it's a cult classic.
Is it?
Bring it. Oh, it's already been corrupted.
He's yeah, I'm pretty sure he has a press pass. I mean, I don't think he would have gotten the jury questionnaire without it. Maybe he doesn't need a press. I don't think he needs a press pass to sit in the gallery necessarily. Maybe he does. I don't think so, Bo. I don't think so though. But in order to get the jury questionnaire, I'm pretty sure he had to show that press pass.
It still has my phone. Bring it. Oh, it has already been rotten.
I'm sorry. I can hold this in a second.
I know. It's okay. It's okay. I did a sharp move.
I wanted to save us a little time.
I made a sharp move. And the phone just collapsed. It has already been. I just need to hold it like this so it doesn't fall.
Yeah, no, this guy's cool.
But I'm
He's like me when it comes to movies too. It's like somebody that I know that hasn't seen something that I'm like, what? This has to be done. This has to be corrected. How have you not seen this movie?
I'm just holding it in place. That way it's safer.
As long as you're safe.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't feel that way about the movie he's talking about, but
Okay. This. There we go. All right. Now we go. Yeah. Remember, for those of you who have seen the movie, unlike 50% of this car, there's a quote in there when the cheerleader goes to the other cheerleader. It's like, "Oh, bring it," and the other cheerleader goes, "Oh, it has already been rotten," and she doesn't get the reference because she's never seen it.
I didn't get the reference either.
It's not hilarious. So anytime we have a rule in the house now,
I've
when
never
anytime I
watched
say
that
something
movie.
that is not like a quote from something. It's just a hilarious.
Is that a rule?
I guess. It's even Nikki Cav goes,
I
"It's
just
already been
thought-
rotten." She knows. Nikki knows. Wicked, Nikki.
I'm not even trying to lie. I thought that was just the way he talks.
Oh, sweet. They're letting us through. Thank you.
For everyone wondering, yes, Larry is always like this every morning. Immediately when he wakes up.
I have
You
the
have to
energy
be,
of
bro.
1,000 suns from the moment my eyes open in the morning. I don't know why. I don't know how. Don't ask me.
Yeah.
Glad you do.
That's the thing. If you're one of these dudes, bro, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're one of these dudes, this guy's a lawyer, and the work he puts into his channel on top of being a lawyer is, you have to be like a machine. You have to be. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Yeah, like Annie's like that. I don't know how she does it. My friend Annie, she's like, she has like, I think it's like the #1 podcast like right now on true crime on top of like something like 2 million subs on YouTube and like God knows how many followers on TikTok, everything on all social media platforms, and then like is a full-time mom, a wife. Like, it's insane. It's insane. She's a machine. 2 small kids. It's crazy. I don't know how she does it. She's a machine.
She's like,
Somebody needs to between the two of us.
she's like,
I'm not a morning person.
what did you tell me the other day about my mood?
What was it?
You're happy that I'm always in a good mood. Did you remember that?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Are you ever not in a good mood? Do you not remember that? That was literally the other day,
No,
like 3 days ago.
I don't
3 days
remember.
ago. She was like, I came in and I was like singing or something, and it's like 8:30 in the morning, and she's like, "You are in such a good mood." You said, "You're in such a good mood today," and then you're like, "Wait a minute, when are you not in a good mood?" Remember that? Do you not remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right.
You are pretty much always in a good mood. I like that though. I like that. It's very reliable.
It's very consistent. I'm very consistent about my crazy. My crazy is always my Lamborghini is in Ohio. It's being worked on, by the way. She's getting ready for spring. I'm getting her all polished up. There's a few like dents that the previous owner put in my car.
Somebody asking about bubbles.
Yeah, somebody's asking about bubbles.
He has a what?
There's like a little nick on the handle. There's a little nick on the hood that they crazy. My crazy is always my Lamborghini is in Ohio. It's being worked on, by the way.
He has a Lamborghini?
I'm getting her all polished up. There's a few like dents that the previous owner put in my car.
What a fucking lawyer.
Somebody asking about bubbles.
Yeah, somebody's asking about bubbles. So there's like a little nick on the handle. There's a little nick on the hood that they caused. Anyway, they're all getting fixed up, and she should be ready by Friday. And hopefully they'll ship her next week. And then I'll be driving her. What is that going to be like? April 24th, 25th, 26th. I hope to drive my baby Bubbles.
Because the weather's gonna be gorgeous.
Oh, the weather's
It's been
perfect.
so beautiful. We haven't been able to take her out.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Cheerful energy mornings is a blessing for some. I can't read the rest of that. Sorry, Alabama Rose, we're moving.
Okay, Alabama. Good morning.
Yeah, she's modding.
Nice. Love seeing that name.
I love it,
Okay,
dude.
pickles.
This guy's like,
Next time.
fuck it, dude. He's like, I want to be a fucking walking cliche. Fuck the world, bro. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Like, I fucking busted my ass my whole life to get to this point. So fuck the world, bro. I'm gonna get a fucking private jet. I'm gonna be a fucking cliche, dude. I fucking love it, dude.
Next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we gotta go get to the place.
You know, if you want, I can run out and grab some food.
Yeah, it's only 0.2 miles from the courthouse. I'm telling you, it would have been faster to walk. I'm not joking. We should have just walked
Then what do we rent the car for?
to get from Boston to Dedham.
So that's a good reason.
How are you feeling, Chad? Talk to me, Chad. How are you guys feeling? What's on your mind, Chad? This is therapy session time. What ails you? What's on your mind? What's bothering you? What are you thinking about? What do you want to get off your chest? How many murders have you committed that nobody knows about that you just want to get off your chest?
I mean, dude,
Do you want to sound like a Chloe?
let me tell you something, people. I fucking loathe airports, dude. I loathe airports. I loathe sitting on fucking airplanes next to people. I don't fucking like it. You know, if I had the means to buy a private jet, I would fucking buy a private jet. Absolutely. Like, if you have the means to do the most practical fucking thing that one can afford to do, why wouldn't you do it? Why wouldn't you do it? It's absolutely practical to have your own jet. It's absolutely to just not have to worry about anything. You know, of course.
Tired, need coffee. Chat fight. I hate my body. Mr. Tex, no, say it ain't so. You should love your body. I have a right to remain silent, says Brady. It starts writing, I am ... I have the right to remain silent. You have the right to remain silent, but do you have the ability?
You do not. Larry does not. DUI guy does not have the ability to remain silent.
My mouth is running on it's like one of those perpetual Rolexes. There's no batteries. It doesn't run out of batteries.
Nope. No, even at night when we're falling asleep, I'll be trying to fall asleep and he'll suddenly start reciting monologues from Glengarry Glen Ross. I'm like trying to fall asleep and he'll be like,
Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
the second prize is a steak knife. The third prize is you're fired. This is
I
my
love
life.
that.
And you know what? I'm very happy. But this is my life. Just letting you know.
I
Oh
love
yeah,
that.
what's your name? Bleep you. That's my name. You drove a Hyundai here this morning. I drove an $80,000 BMW. That's my name. You see this watch? You
So,
see this watch?
I'm feeling sleepy.
like, I used to in my younger days, and I worked okay, listen, I worked as a body piercer in a tattoo shop for years and years. And those days can get boring. Okay. And one thing that we used to do was we would pull up a soundboard, and there was a soundboard that had a bunch of Al Pacino lines from Glengarry Ross. And I would prank call. I'm not particularly proud of this, but I would prank call car dealerships, and I would just like hit the same buttons, like, you owe me $3,000 and a Cadillac. And the guy would be like, sir, who am I speaking with? Dude, it was so long ago. Let me see if I can find it. Because I mean, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to pull one up right here. Hold on. So yeah, basically, we would pull up things like this, and I would just have the phone against the computer while I would just use these responses.
I never fucked anybody over in my life. Didn't have it coming.
So little things like this, but there was one in particular where it was just him and Glengarry Ross, and it was fucking fantastic. And when you prank call someone in the service industry, which is a really low thing to do, they can't hang up because they don't want to lose a customer. And so you just keep them on the phone, and it just makes the day go by a lot faster.
Where did you learn your trade, you stupid fucking cunt, you idiot?
So you know, the car dealership guy would be like, hey, listen, I'm trying to talk to you, man. And I'd say,
Where did you learn your trade, you stupid fucking cunt, you idiot?
So yeah, that's just a drop in the bucket of things you would do to pass the time when you worked in a tattoo shop and you were an immature fucking douchebag with nothing better to do with your life. But it was fun at the time. Let's see. Yes, I can do that. I can absolutely do that. Let me find that. No, that was nope. That's 18 hours ago. If he went live on Facebook, I can't stream it. Only if it's on YouTube. So sorry, Sons 107. I don't have a Facebook, so I can't stream the one on Facebook. Yeah, if it was on Facebook. I looked on YouTube. He didn't stream on YouTube, so and I'm looking here and I'm not seeing any updates, folks. Okay, actually, that's not true. Judge is back on the bench. Lawyers approach with sidebar. So now they're in sidebar right now. And there was something that I wanted to. Jesus Christ. So much stuff here. What's up, buddy? Yeah, I thought Law and Crime did something new on Karen Reed, but I'm not seeing anything. Okay. So we're just going to have to wait until they come back. Okay. So bailiff announces to the jurors that they will be coming up to the bench one by one for individual voir dire. Common practice in murder trials. What's not common practice? Nobody else in the room gets to hear what is happening. So that is weird. Okay. So, I mean, so Larry is he's an attorney. And if he's saying that it's not common practice, well, I'm inclined to believe him. So just to repeat, he says that the bailiff announces to the jurors that they will be coming up to the bench one by one for individual voir dire. That common practice which is common practice in murder trials. What's not common practice, nobody else in the room gets to hear what's happening. Okay, hold on. All right. Okay. You got something here, folks.
I'm Terry Austin. We have a lot to cover in the next 2 hours, but right now, I want to take a look to a brand new trial starting this week out of Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Defendant Karen Reed is accused of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, in January 2022. After a night of heavy drinking, prosecutors argue they read she backed her SUV into the victim and let him die in a snowbank outside his friend's house. On the other hand, Reed's defense team believes she's being framed in a massive cover-up orchestrated by both witnesses and law enforcement. And keep in mind that a federal investigation concluded that the victim's injuries were not consistent with having been hit by a car. Reed faces charges of second-degree murder, vehicle manslaughter while intoxicated, and leaving the scene of a collision. If convicted, she faces life in prison. A final pretrial hearing took place Friday ahead of this week's jury selection, and the prosecution argued to redact the cause of death from the victim's death certificate. So let's hear how that went.
So, Your Honor, this is the Commonwealth's motion to preclude reference and redact the manner of death contained on the victim's death certificate. This is a routine motion the Commonwealth files in really respect to any case. Manner of death.
That's not persuasive, so go ahead.
No. I'm just manner of death as elucidated in the motion is not something that is typically something that is permissible to be testified to from anybody to the jury, because that's sort of the question of liability ultimately that is left to their discretion as far as how they find the facts. But cause of death obviously is something that is a medical determination. Manner of death, as the court is well aware, is there are essentially 3 or 4 different selections, and they fall into different categories. They don't necessarily mean in the medical context what they might mean in the legal.
I mean, word salad dude. Word salad. Manner of death, cause of death, tomato, fucking tomato, bro. You know what I mean? Like, the medical examiner said it was inconclusive. They never reached a conclusion. They never stated what the cause of death was. They just stated the injuries in which he suffered, but they never said that that was actually what the cause of death was. So stop it. Stop it.
Context. So for that just sort of simple differentiation of meaning between the two, manner of death is not something that the Commonwealth feels is appropriate. For the court,
And that's what's
for
interesting,
any
because
witness.
again, that's what you just, I'm not an attorney, you know, nothing of the sort, not even close. And you're saying I like it because I think he's going to confuse the jury. And I like that you said that, because it's a bad look if the prosecution is trying to confuse the jury. The prosecution should be the ones who are absolutely direct. The prosecution should be the one saying absolute direct. This is directly the evidence. And it should be the defense who uses tactics to try to confuse the jury, smoke and mirrors, misdirection, so on and so forth. DUI guy, hey, thank you, man. I've been actually, you've been my my unofficial contact, buddy, for on Twitter. I've been watching your updates, so I appreciate your updates. Thank you so much for that, Larry. Now, yeah, so guys, make sure to subscribe to the DUI guy if you're not subscribed to DUI guy. Let's see. I'm sitting by the judge's bench and I can't hear jack shit. And you don't have to censor yourself here, buddy. Just so you know. And no, I have never seen Not Another Teen Movie. I didn't get your reference when you were doing it. But Glengarry Ross, I'm with you on that. Yeah, so right now, like I said, and it's really good to have him in the chat, because he's the we've been relying on his updates on Twitter for we've been relying on him and his updates on Twitter here for what's going on in the courtroom during jury selection. And it's been very informative, and it just sounds like a whole lot of the same from yesterday so far. Let's hear what this idiot's saying.
Witness to be testifying to, as far as the jury is concerned, as that's a question for them ultimately to determine. And for those reasons, the Commonwealth would ask that this motion be allowed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The medical examiner who completed the death certificate in this case concluded that the manner of death was undetermined. The Commonwealth now seeks to have that portion of the death certificate redacted because it is quite clearly exculpatory. All of the cases cited by the Commonwealth deal with the issue of whether it was error for the Commonwealth to admit a death certificate listing the manner of death as a homicide, because it violates a defendant's right to due process and a fair trial under the 5th, 16th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitutions. None of the cases cited by the Commonwealth stand for the proposition that a medical examiner's determination that the manner of death is undetermined should be redacted. In fact, the Commonwealth cites Commonwealth versus Ellis at 373 Mass 1, it's a 1977 case, for the proposition that excluding the word undetermined is the better and safer course. But that's a misstatement of the law, and I would urge the court to read the Supreme Judicial Court's opinion in that case. What it actually says is this, quote, "Nothing contained in the record of a death which has reference to the question of liability for causing death shall be admissible in evidence. The better and safer course is to exclude from a death certificate the words homicide, suicide, or accident in a criminal trial. Notably missing from that list of words that the Supreme Judicial Court warned about is the word undetermined." That is what the Commonwealth seeks to have redacted here. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proof in this case. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a homicide occurred. And their own medical examiner has opined that she was unable to make that determination.
Yeah,
That finding is relevant
because we're supposed to find we're not supposed to find it shady that the prosecution wants the word undetermined redacted from the death certificate as of cause of death. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. Give me a fucking break.
it's exculpatory, and there's no authority that supports its redaction.
All right, those are interesting arguments. Joining us to break this down, we have criminal defense attorney Sky Lazaro and civil rights attorney Adante Pointer. Sky, I'm going to start with you. Now, the judge took the ruling under advisement, but if you were in the judge's shoes, how would you rule on this issue?
It's an interesting issue where it's undetermined instead of a more prejudicial word such as homicide or suicide, things like that. I think undetermined is less hurtful or less prejudicial, but you know, it's hard to say what she'll do in it. It is notable, I think, that those words are specifically, or that word is excluded from the Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think the prosecution just wants it to say nothing, basically, because undetermined might rule in favor of the defense. All right, Adante, I'm going to get back to you on the other side, but first, let's take a look at portions of another argument involving a third-party culprit defense.
The investigators in this case, Your Honor, including Michael Proctor, kept Colin Albert's name completely out of the police report. When this case began, I had no idea who Colin Albert was. I received a tip right from the jump that Brian Albert and his nephew had beaten up John O'Keefe. I didn't even know Brian Albert had a nephew at that time. But after receiving the tip, I learned of the conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe, so I sent a letter to Mr. Lally, I believe by certified mail. I knew that the DA's office was planning to present evidence or witnesses to a grand jury, and at that early juncture, before anybody had asked them to indict, I notified the DA of 3 potential suspects, the ones that I'm talking about now: Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, and Colin Albert. After he received that letter at our next court appearance, I'm sure Mr. Lally can confirm this, he acknowledged that both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins would be testifying or had testified before the grand jury, but he questioned why I included Colin Albert in my letter. He told me at the time that he had no evidence that Colin Albert was there that night. However, after receiving my...
Okay, sorry, real quick. Let me update you guys. So Larry posted... in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, for example, jurors in murder trials are selected individually from the witness stand, and the whole audience can hear everything, including the questions from lawyers and judges in the jurors' answers. Exactly, right. That's what I'm used to. They sit on the witness stand, and then they conduct like an individual questioning. Like the I know I'm wording this horribly, but I'm saying like individually the prosecution will question the potential juror sitting on the witness stand, and then the defense will ask questions, and then they'll decide if they want to keep the juror or if they want to get rid of the juror. I mean, isn't that how it's normally done? But basically, nobody gets to hear anything. Nobody knows what these questions are. It's really strange.
In my letter, lo and behold, multiple witnesses testified that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th to 29th. And now the DA will argue, I'm sure, at trial, that he left before John O'Keefe arrived. We don't find their evidence compelling. We don't accept it. We are not required to accept their theory of the case. We're entitled to present a defense. His presence at 34 Fairview gave him the opportunity, along with the motive, to harm John O'Keefe. With regard to Brian Albert, Your Honor, This is a well-connected, well-known, powerful family in the town of Canton, Massachusetts. Brian Albert was present at that home when Colin Albert was there. Colin Albert is a member of the Albert family. He's nephew of Brian Albert. We have evidence that Brian Albert had expressed hostility toward John O'Keefe as well. And we know that he initiated a phone call with Brian Higgins at 2:22 in the morning. He reached out to Brian Higgins.
First, again, what the case law requires is evidence and not just mere speculation, or saying that you have evidence is not actually evidence. I do find it somewhat interesting that Mr. Yannetti wrote apparently 4.5 pages of notes, but didn't have time to write a motion to admit
Thank you, Scott.
the evidence that he claims that he has. He references in regard to third-party culprit, Dr. Sheridan, who indicated that the injuries are consistent with the fight. He's the same doctor who indicated that the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were consistent with the dog bite, which was then refuted by the DNA findings from UC Davis, as well as the fact that the injuries are only on one side of the arm. And last time I checked, dogs have teeth on the top and the bottom, and there's no injuries to the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
That's not true.
Furthermore,
that's actually not true. Like on the bottom part of John O'Keefe's elbow, like that's where it looks the most like a bite mark, because there's marks surrounding his elbow, surrounding it.
The counsel references the federal grand jury materials, in which I would say, as has been done numerous times previously, is severely mischaracterized as to what they actually contain. And it's not a crash reconstruction as it's been alleged here before. It's a biomechanical engineer. And essentially what they did was take painstaking lengths to go to determine that the defendant's vehicle did not strike Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the head, which is simply something that no one has ever said, intimated at any point ever.
All right, great arguments on both sides. I still have Sky.
Oh my God. God. What?
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Cat, 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 cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate you. Glara, could the arm marks have been made from claws, if not teeth? Just a thought. No, I think there were claw and teeth marks for sure. But I definitely think that the marks around his elbow are teeth marks. They're consistent with the way a German Shepherd would fucking attack you if it was going to attack you, and where it was going to grip on your arm.
Hi to Dante. Dante, this one is for you. The defense presented 3 potential culprits for their defense of the case, and they think they have the right and sufficient evidence to actually present this theory to the jury. What do you think the judge should do here?
I think the judge has to let it in. You know, if you have evidence exculpatory evidence that you think that shows the jury and proves up that you're not the one that's responsible for this death, then I think you should be entitled to present that evidence to the jury. And frankly, that's what a defense attorney is supposed to do. Muddy the water, point the jury in the direction of the culprit, or at least show that your client is not the one and that there's not sufficient evidence beyond a reasonable doubt to hold them accountable. The defense is doing a good job.
Exactly. And Sky, when you have someone else to point the finger to, it's better than just saying, well, the prosecution didn't prove its case. And do you think the judge is actually going to allow it in?
I think they have to. I think in a case like this where they're actually presenting,
Yeah, and that's actually a good point. A dog doesn't necessarily have to leave teeth marks on the bottom either.
Sufficient argument that
they bite downwards.
Isn't just speculative. It has to come in. Otherwise, there's a good chance that, this case may come back on appeal.
Yeah, I agree. I think the judge has to let it in. And when you have a case where you can actually point to someone else, it's really going to help the defense. All right. Thank you both for weighing in. Stick with us on Law and Crime.
All right. Let's see. Larry posted this. The bailiff is playing musical chairs. Here's how it works. The jurors are all sitting in the pews. 3 juror names get called out and are seated at a special bench that seats 3 people. One by one, the judge calls out their number. Okay, this sounds to me like what they're doing is playing what it sounds like is what they're trying to speed up the process. One by one, the judge calls out their number. The first juror on the special bench goes to the sidebar. The lawyers and the prosecutors and the judge discuss the answers to the questionnaire by the juror and ask them any additional questions they may have. The juror then sits down in a special chair by the bailiff on the other side of the courtroom. The judge then discusses whether that juror will be appropriate for this case with the prosecutors and the lawyers. The judge then states out loud if the juror is excused or will be seated on this jury. Repeat cycle. So far, 100% excusal rate. But we've only gone through about 5% of the jurors. This is boring. I'm going to get some lunch. So Larry's going to go get some lunch. But yes, so this process, 3 jurors' names get called. And then they're seated at a special bench that seats 3 people. One by one, the judge calls out their number. The first juror on the special bench goes to the sidebar, where they stand there with the lawyers and the judge. And the judge and then they discuss the answers to the questionnaire and then ask them any additional questions that they have. Do you have any questions for us? And then the juror then sits down in a special chair by the bailiff on the other side of the courtroom. And then the judge discusses whether the juror will be appropriate for the case. Okay. And then, yeah. Okay. Yeah. This sounds like it's going to be a long process. It sounds like it's going to be a very long process. So it's the DMV for jurors, right? Jurors are all sitting in the pews, and then 3 of them have to get up, sit on a bench that sits 3 people. One by one, the juror goes, the judge goes, okay, here's your questionnaire. And they, in sidebar, talk to the juror where nobody gets to hear shit. And then they make the juror wait in another chair on the other side of the courtroom while they decide whether or not that juror gets to stay. And then they tell the juror whether or not they stay or not. So far, not one juror has been told that they could stay or that they're wanted. So, and I just made another pot of coffee, folks. So we can hang out for a while. The trial will be live streamed. The trial itself will absolutely be live streamed. The jury selection, though, seems to not be. So that's the issue right now. But here we are, and we're improvising. And thank goodness that we have people on the ground there. Let's check in on Tom real quick. I know he's back on. And he's talking to Larry. Let's rewind that.
The judge is right here. The lawyers.
You can't present to the
It's cool. What are you all still doing?
pleasure. So that trooper.
So Larry's talking to Tom. Let's check
Tall
this out.
guy right there. Well, they're all tall, but guy closest to the camera. Oh, there's Larry coming out. All right, we're going to interview Larry. You guys are lucky. You guys get first primo time, guys.
I mean, yeah, Tom's out there killing it, y'all. Give Tom a
There he
hand
is.
real quick.
Waiting for you.
You hear the rumors? Guess you're going to be held in contempt for posting a public jury questionnaire.
Oh, that's awesome. I can't wait.
How was it in there? Good times?
It is boring.
Yeah, it
it's
is
really
boring,
boring
yeah.
out there. I mean, it's basically, as I understand, it's the same thing that happened yesterday. They're calling the jurors one by one after they fill out the questionnaire. They're deciding whether or not they're going to be the right person for the jury. They've gone through about 6-7% of the jury pool. So far, 100%.
Oh, no.
So far, 100%. You're excused. So not one selected yet.
Not one, huh?
But it's going to go for the next couple hours like this. It's just going to be a repeat cycle. So I decided to go get some food.
I don't blame it. They didn't have a lunch break yesterday.
But I met Ted
Daniel.
Daniel,
Yeah, he's good.
He's cool.
Yeah, he's
I like
good.
him.
Yeah,
I'm sitting
Ted's
right in
good.
front of him, and we've been chatting back and forth.
That's
so.
a professional.
Yeah, he really is. I
The real
like him a
deal.
lot.
This is fucking fantastic.
But I think I'm not sure. Don't quote me on this, but I think Karen recognized the fact that I'm wearing a pink
Oh,
tie.
yeah.
'Cause she
I
kinda
like
looked at
that
it for a
tie, as a
second.
matter of
You
fact.
did?
That's very
How do you know?
She definitely watches the YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
She
I don't
definitely
know
watches-
anything,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I assume nobody knows me. You know.
Yeah, that ain't true.
We all know you are. She kind of stopped and like looked at it for a second. I was doing something, so I just caught her, her glare or her stare or whatever.
Karen's perceptive of everything. She knows.
Very
who you are.
smart woman. Very smart.
I never got a chance to meet her yet, so.
Do we
maybe
know
one day.
why Grant can't post or tweet from the box today?
Why what?
Why
He probably
Grant-
doesn't know Grant.
Who's Grant?
Yeah,
you don't know
Grant's
Grant.
not working
Oh,
out.
okay, I was using the Grant
Is he
earlier.
sitting-
Grant's
yeah.
not working out.
He can't tweet from inside with somebody, with it, like,
Somebody
they're not
get-
allowed to tweet or something?
someone
for
get in
certain
trouble.
people?
I've been tweeting the entire time. There's,
How
I asked
many,
Ted. Ted said
how
it's
many
cool.
jurors have they gone through yet?
About
6 to
7,
7%.
I don't know.
7
Sounds
or
like
8
you just
total.
posted you can't live
Because
tweet
first they
today.
had to do the
They've only
questionnaire.
questioned 7.
No. Hold on. Back up.
See, why is Gretchen
We have
Ross
about
allowed
100
in
people.
if she's on the
Okay.
witness list?
Oh.
First, they asked them individual questions that the entire panel just raised their numbers and they read out the numbers. Okay. After that, they were handed out the questionnaire. The questionnaire took about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. They filled it all out. They submitted it to the court. Then they kind of took the jurors. They were like literally just questioning them in the back. And now they're doing what's called individual voir dire. I've seen it before. In the Commonwealth of Kentucky, they do something very, very similar. The only difference is the juror sits in the witness box. The judge is right here. The lawyers are over here. And they ask the juror one by one, juror number 573, blah, 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 blah. And then they answer into the record. Question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. The audience, I've been to murder trials before in Kentucky. You can hear all this stuff. This is the first time I've ever seen a...
But Larry, that's kind of common in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Well, not Suffolk. Somebody commented in Suffolk County, it's not. So maybe it's a Norfolk thing. I'm in Norfolk, right? I was
Yeah.
all right.
Suffolk's Boston. Yeah.
Suffolk
All right.
is
So there are
different.
about 7 people through that.
All right.
Well, by now it's
All right.
probably maybe
Listen,
9.
do you mind if you look at me and talk?
Oh yeah. 'cause
No,
they
not
get-
at all.
They get
Oh,
mad when you-
yes,
I
yes,
don't
yes,
even
of
want to
course.
go that way.
Don't
I don't want to go
They
there.
get mad when you get-
Yeah.
They're
right, so-
probably taking a break right now. Or no, those...
Lunch?
They were dismissed. Those guys. Okay, good. Okay.
Okay.
So there should be seats open. They had mentioned that they were only going to give them 5 minutes per juror once they do the interviews. Are they sticking to that? When they're side by with the judge.
Yeah. I would say so. It's even sometimes shorter than that.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So what they just the people we just saw walk
All right.
by are the jurors that 100% are dismissed.
All right. Good deal.
So it's about 10. I counted 10, give or take.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm gonna go see Chandler. Chandler didn't get in today because we forgot her press pass. So there was She's really
Collective sigh.
man, like, I really wanna
What's she been doing? She's hanging out.
Yeah, she's at Airbnb. We're walking distance from our
Oh,
Airbnb.
sweet.
so-
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And then is Brad here?
Brad Goldstein?
Yeah.
No, not today,
No,
right?
not today. Oh, he said he's gonna be there in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
He did say that. Anyway,
Later.
Brad's a homie. He was like, "I'll hook you up next time." I'm like, "Dude, I'm not gonna say no."
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Cool.
but yeah, we're all good. I'm happy. I got in. She's not happy, but we're making things work. She
Yeah.
brought me food, so I can't hate on that.
Boston
No,
Bridget.
not at all.
Yeah.
One of
How are y'all
those.
doing? How are y'all feeling?
One of those.
Good.
Confident.
Yep.
It's I've been in murder trials before. There's a different aura in that courtroom. That is not a murder trial aura.
What's different?
Wow. Like, it's a feeling. I can't describe it because when you're in a murder trial, there's this tension usually of like, you know, the defendant is kind of like is the defendant. You know, like we defense attorneys we call them our client. They're never the defendant. Show me a. You guys have seen your birth certificates, right? Does it say defendant on there anywhere?
Negative.
Yeah. Why?
Innocent.
Because the state wants to dehumanize you, take away your individuality, take away your identity, and call you a defendant. Because now it's easy to convict a defendant. It's a lot harder to convict Tom's CPU than it is to convict Tom the defendant.
Spend the day with me, and you'll be changing your mind real quick.
It won't take a day.
I think you have a gut feeling of injustice.
It's feel. What's the?
In your
Is it the
feeling.
I don't know,
feeling?
I can't describe it. I can't explain it. But like, for instance, what was the one where, like, Alec Murdaugh? Oh, a great example. I was at the Alec Murdaugh murder trial in South Carolina, in Colleton County. Now that one, it was just like everybody's like, you know, you want to kind of stay away from him. He's already admitted to fraud and stealing clients with $7 million of clients' money. I think he recently got sentenced, or convicted or something.
Yeah.
What's up, kiddo?
Alec Murdaugh's a piece of shit.
Buddy, that's what's up. Anyway, so there's a totally different vibe in that case. Here, it just, I don't know. It feels different. I can't explain it. I don't know what it is. It just feels different. That's all I can say. I'll be able to say it later. I don't know.
Do you know what was going on with that sidebar?
I'm like the closest person to it, and I still can't hear Josh.
What do you think when he came in today and he said he has a major problem that he has to discuss?
Serious issue, I think they said.
Serious issue. Who said that?
Yanetti.
defense attorney.
And then
Oh.
issue.
First thing.
And they took that like 30 minutes. Did she say something like, "Did you explain this to the prosecution?" And then she got up and left.
We never got to hear it because the judge
She
cut
came
him
back
off.
and never said anything, right?
So after she said that, let me refresh my memory. So he gets up there, Yanetti, right?
See, because I worry, man. I gotta be honest. I really worry that Karen Reed's gonna get a fair trial here. Like, I worry about Judge Cannoni. I mean, first of all, is it crazy for me to feel that way? Is it insane? Is it paranoid to feel like Judge Cannoni has a stake in this, considering everyone that we know that's involved? Think about it for a second. We have Judge Cannoni, and she's the judge in this case where not just the prosecution, but the prosecution who works for the district attorney. And the district attorney is the target of a federal investigation for corruption. Okay. Not only that, but Judge Beverly Cannoni, Judge Beverly Cannoni defended her brother defended a member of the select board who sits on the select board in Canton, Massachusetts, Chris Albert, who's the brother of Brian Albert, who owned 34 Fairview. And she defended her brother defended Chris Albert years and years ago in a vehicular manslaughter case. So, and Chris Albert went to prison for this. And he should have done more time, arguably, because apparently he was intoxicated and then he went home, slept it off, and then he turned himself in after he sobered up. And they couldn't prove that he was intoxicated. So apparently and we're looking at the decisions that Beverly Cannoni has made throughout this entire ordeal, and I question all of them, all of her decisions. So yeah, he fled the scene. Chris Albert fled the scene. Her brother defended him. Can I shout out Marie from Milton, please? Absolutely. What's up, Marie from Milton? Hello.
Right?
Yes.
Yanetti gets up to the podium. She's like, Your Honor, do you mind if I?
It's okay.
Your Honor, do you mind if I use the podium? And she's
Yeah,
like, "Go
it's a
ahead." She
conflict
gets up
of
there, she's like,
interest.
"Your Honor,
Yes.
we have a serious issue."
These things, for those of you who are just starting to follow this case, these things that I'm saying are fact. They're not opinions. They're not rumors. This shit is fact. That happened. And yes, They filed a long time ago. Karen Reed's defense filed a motion for her to recuse herself, and she refused to do it. So there's this case is riddled with conflict of interest. It's infected with conflict of interest all over the place. Yet it's going on. A trial is happening. It's insane. I've never seen anything like this.
And then she cuts him off and says, have you talked about this to the prosecution? He goes, no, not yet. Well, go ahead and do that. And she gets up and leaves the bench. Then he does a sidebar with the prosecution. So they have a little pod. It's the 5 of them or 4 of them or whatever talking. And that was it. So that's all I know. I didn't see anything else other than that with respect to that issue. So maybe it'll be addressed at the end of the day. I don't know.
When she walked away, did she have an attitude?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's your take on the judge?
You don't want my take on the judge.
We just got it.
Well, you put that
Personal.
I'll give you my take on the judge.
But now that you're there personally and you
No,
see
she's
her.
all right. She's all right. She's doing the best she can.
Okay, that's what we figured.
Finish your statement for the prosecution.
You said it, not me.
I'm not on film.
Oh yeah, we'll get in trouble real quick.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I think it's actually kind of cool because I think Ted is Fox News, right?
Yeah,
The
basically,
Fox
the Fox affiliate, correct.
He wants to maybe have me give a statement at the end of the day as like in my attorney capacity.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you
I was
go.
like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. I don't know if he. So at first he asked me, who am I? And I'm like, I don't know him. So I was like, yeah, I'm TDG Plus Media. That's my official. and then I told him, like, once I got to know him a little bit, I was like, yeah, I'm the DUI guy. He's like, oh, I know you. I was like, well, I didn't mean to be like kind of auspicious or anything or suspicious. It's just I don't know you, and I don't want to like I don't know who's because some media.
Yeah, we have a lot of that. Yeah.
There's a lot of that. Yeah,
So-
you're right.
But once he found that's before he wanted to interview me when he knew I was a lawyer before he knew who I was. Now that he knows who I am, I don't know. He may have changed his mind.
No, I'm pretty sure he's.
He would appreciate your perspective.
Sure, because he was like, I can't have your opinion as to. So I said, no problem. I can separate the sheep from the herd. I got you. I'll give you what you want.
Well, I'll be good tonight.
Just don't talk to Steve. Anyone named
Steve. I'll remember that.
Don't talk to anyone.
What is he
named Steve,
wearing?
you'll be good. I don't know if he's it at the moment. but
Which channel is he with?
5.
Channel 5.
We don't
Not
like-
talk to Steve from Channel 5.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. He won't talk to you. He's not going to want to.
Channel 5, Henning.
He's not going to want to talk.
Oh, yeah.
He's not going to want to talk to you.
So
Greg or
the official legal analyst for Channel 5 WCGB News is Brian Albert's attorney. So and they're the only media.
Brian Albert's
Brian Albert's attorney. The owner of 34 Fairview Road.
Okay.
So he's the legal analyst for Channel 5. And they're the only channel that has never mentioned the name Brian Albert in any of their reporting.
Who's Brian Albert?
Their guy who's
The owner of the
The owner of the house.
because he had a dead body on his front
Because he
lawn.
killed him. Because he killed him. That may be why it matters.
And the cops never
Nothing much.
Who's the reporter? Karen says Steve. You know who did it, Steve. You were there when he
I don't know.
arrested him.
Yeah.
But either way, he
Okay.
basically, they've never.
Okay, let me take a pause real quick from what actually matters. Don't worry about that. Okay. This is predictable. He's out there and he has no information. He doesn't give a shit. He's in an island of nothing, and he has nothing better to do than to poke fun at Tom for drama, and it's for his viewers. Pay him no attention. This is exactly what my tweet was all about. Pay Dolly no attention. Don't worry about him.
She was interviewed on the steps. I know him. And Dougal said, he said it. Yeah. We all know.
Makes sense. So there are two types of cones, I understand. This is the 200 foot buffer cone.
Yep.
What is this cone?
The wait behind me to get inside cones.
Stay behind my cone, and you go to jail cone.
No, it's a no parking cone. What are you talking about?
We're not-
That's a different. This says no parking. You guys are not
Hey, they
parking.
made them take down that sign down there.
took our signs down.
You have my blessing.
The state cops came up and said, this is state property. We don't want that sign on it. And they said, Channel 5 already took, the Globe already took a picture of it, take it down.
We'd be in line to get in the court up there, but they want us to line up back here. So
Yeah,
we're not
that'd be badass.
That's, no, I
Yeah.
understand. And you don't. I mean, accidentally, even you could capture their images or something. So you don't want to have that to happen.
That's a good idea,
All right,
especially with
folks,
this right here.
Can I grab a picture of you with everybody real quick?
Before you go,
Go for it. Here,
Have a sense
let me
what,
hide my drink.
You want to get in?
You want the press pass and you?
That's fine. Am I allowed to come over here? Where do you want? You guys all get, everybody get in. Everybody get in the picture. Get in. Oh, sorry, Joy. I didn't mean to back.
Where do you want me? You want me in front or you want me in the back?
Wherever you want to be.
I'm little. Scoot.
Hold on. I might have to. Everybody's
Push in here. Come on.
Is everybody in? You guys all want to? You guys want to get in? No. Kind of a weird angle, but.
We're making it work.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, go grab some food, bud.
I'll be back.
Oh no, it's fine. I don't need to be in it.
That was pretty cool. That was a good big selfie for everybody. That was wonderful.
Yep.
Good? Nice. Let's see.
Oh no.
Is that good? Yeah, good deal. So that's awesome. We got a picture with the DUI guy, all of us. There he is. Chrissy. There's your guy. Is that the guy you're talking about?
No, he was on the stairs with Carl and Karen was like, no, did it
No, I think is that the one that said that Aiden made $5 million?
Yes. Yeah, he asked him. Yeah, 5 million. Oh my God. Marie from Milton, absolutely. I hope Marie from Milton's doing wonderful today. Let's all say a prayer for Marie. Give her some more loving. We got some people here, so. Yep. And I'm gonna walk this way because I don't want to push the boundaries and have the troopers come over and start going yip 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 yip. And so imagine that, guys. That was a good little interview there with her. Nice little take on what's going on inside. Glad it's him, man. All right. That was cool. So let's see. I got Ted Daniels. I got the DUI guy. Got Karen this morning. Aiden's here. Got the whole cast of people. This is pretty good. All right, now Marie from Milton. I'm sorry, I'm just going back in the chat to make sure I didn't miss anybody. All right. Carrie's here. Hi, Carrie.
What's going on?
Dave's channel's here. Hi, Dave. Shelly, Stacy, Nikki, Ashlyn, Kim, Shelly. I already said Shelly. Kat's here. Nice. Back to the thing. Nice. Yeah. And again, thank you everybody for watching. Really, it's I hope you're feeling better, Maureen.
So this right here.
Yeah, you just chill out there, stay in your PJs. I got this. You get better. Hello, LJ.
Okay, so what I just dropped in chat, now I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat. So the link that I just dropped there is a spreadsheet that has basically all the documents that you need. It has all the documentation that you need. It's very public. It was put together by Sleuthy Goosey. So everything that you need on this case is in that spreadsheet. And that is what I recommend you brush yourself up on. Now, the basics are the basics. January 29th, 2022, Karen Reed was accused of hitting her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her SUV by backing into him. And there was a party at 34 Fairview Road where she was supposedly dropping him off. The people in the house claim he never went inside the house. She claims that he did. And there's a lot of conflict when it comes to that. Now, that going over those that spreadsheet, you're going to be able to see the inconsistencies in statements. You're going to be able to see the inconsistencies in the prosecution's case. It is very, very, very clear. It's going to take a while, but if you're not familiar with this case, I highly recommend, if you are fascinated, if you are intrigued by this case and you feel like there is something to what Karen Reed's defense is saying, go over all that stuff. Do yourself a favor and go over that stuff and judge for yourself. See who's lying, see who's not. And you will see that everybody who claims to be a witness in this case seems to be lying. So yeah, it is insane.
Yeah. See a little girl in there waving? How do you not wave back to a little kid waving, you know? You going down there? Huh?
Hey, love you too, Mickey T. That's Grant that's got that muted. So, okay.
All right.
Do you have the thing?
Oh, yeah.
Whenever you want it, I'm here.
Yeah.
Are you on live?
Yeah.
75%.
Laurie's here.
I told her I'd say hi. I don't know if she's on right now.
I just had it in my fucking hand. What?
75% of you think that Karen Reed watches The Glare. Or 74% of you think so. I guess we'll find out, won't we?
My other thing's attached. I'd lose it. Ooh, look at that orange. That's different, huh? Look at that orange. You like that orange?
That's a great question because I don't know. I honestly don't know what it takes to get a judge reprimanded. But what I heard someone say, there was an attorney that was speaking up on this, and said something about that a judge has something called absolute immunity. And I don't know. I don't know what type of, if she could be reprimanded by the bar, or I honestly don't know. But I heard somebody explain that a judge has absolute immunity and they can kind of just do whatever the fuck they want, which is kind of crazy to me. It's just absolutely crazy to me.
Oh, that's awesome. Come from the North Shore tomorrow.
I feel like a lot of people are going to be here tomorrow. I feel like a lot of people coming in the afternoon.
The weather's going to be the same as today. No, I did not film a juror. Don't know what they're saying. Don't believe them. I think I filmed a juror.
Why? You didn't. I mean, there could be anybody out here.
Who's that?
What's he talking about?
Yeah, they're coming out public doors.
They're walking down the sidewalk. Over there, they walked down the sidewalk, they sat down right there. We thought that was river juries. They never been. I'm like,
I didn't eat though. I didn't like
no,
really eat.
move on. So I didn't.
There's nothing you
Yeah,
can do. You
no.
know.
Yeah. I think Grant lost his Tweety privileges from the courtroom.
Like that. You can go home. You're on a live stream right now. Have you seen this?
Not good, bud. Not good. Listen to your dad.
Talking about how good you are. Now they're gonna see
He just wants to go in there and bring candy and stuff.
First
That's
of
what
all,
it
how rude you are.
is. He just had breakfast. Yeah, he had South has kids. He had
Growing boy.
No, he wants to go in there and look for the candy and drinks. That's what he wants to do.
Ah. So I'm gonna take a walk to the corner.
Okay.
All right. You go for a walk, bud? No.
All right.
All right, guys. So, filming jurors was said. What happened to?
Okay, so let's see what it says here. What Grant says, per sources, the fans of accused murderer Karen Reed have violated the court's existing order and leaked the confidential jury questionnaire that is being given to potential jurors at the start of the day. This is very concerning. It's a questionnaire, dude. It's not like it has the answers. Relax. Sorry, friends of Tal, no live reporting from me inside the courthouse this morning. I'll be back later. Gretchen Voss and Sue blah 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 are inside though, and you should follow both of them. And yeah, that's it. That's what Grant put. Oh my God. Jesus, dude.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Positive truth. Thank you as always. We all know they are corrupt and dirty. Yeah. I mean, I feel like the whole goddamn system in Norfolk County is corrupt, man. Like, it's naive to think that, like, it's just Michael Morrissey's DA's office and it, you know, like, it's like when Bill Belichick got in trouble. You know what I mean? Like, he just got caught. All the coaches do what the fuck he did. But he got caught, you know? Like, Michael Morrissey's just sloppy. You know what I mean? But, like, yeah, it's naive to think that Bev isn't part of that bullshit. You know? It would just be naive. Yeah, that was Grant, Benjamin John. So I don't know what Grant plans on doing today, but we go back to DUI guys shit here for updates. Let's see what Tom's saying.
And Grant loves to embellish. True. No jurors were selected. Yeah. So many jurors were said. Nice. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah. There's nothing but great, wonderful people here. Really. They're all just super fabulous people. And the people that come by, when it's their first time by, they come by a second time and a third time. And yeah. Stop by and say hi, please. We're here. Shake our hand, say hi. We'll take pictures and everything. It's all good. Yeah. Dana, no problem, my friend. You know, it's funny. I wrote Tracy a letter and I thanked her for that. That was pretty awesome of what she did. She really just is special. And we got special people on our side, so yeah. I mean, there's a lot of cops. I don't know what this guy is doing. think he's doing Pokemon or something.
Pokemon Go. Pokemon.
Yep. That's okay. The cat's meow. Yep, not a problem. Yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah, it's a pretty good day. Yeah, I mean, the back door of the courthouse is right there. If they wanted to, they can have everyone come in this way. But again,
Yo, have you guys hit the like button yet, people? How do I only have 589 likes? Am I that ugly? Come on. Come on, people.
the parking is behind the courthouse over there. So, I don't know. So what happens, right, is all the jurors, they go into that building over there and they get checked in. And then once they're all checked in, they walk directly across the street into this building. But they don't come in the back door this way. So what they do is they send them across the street and they line right up and they just walk right. They stop traffic and they walk directly across the street, 100 people, I think, at a time, and they walk directly into court. And the court goes through their process of what they do. And yeah. So when they're walking across the street, I turn the camera that way. So there's really no way I could have filmed the juror.
I saw one on the step.
You're the best. You're good. So, yeah, they actually walk out of the front door there. And they walk directly across the street, up the stairs into the courthouse. So, what I think they're referring to be honest with you, is when people were walking in the morning to get through our crowd to get there. But there was no crowd here. So what they're saying, that's where they end up. They shouldn't even be over here.
Hey, Tom,
So
did you happen to catch them taking the, you weren't streaming then, were you?
what?
When they took the signs down, Mark wanted to know if there was anybody had recording of them taking the sign down.
No, I didn't. Who else was there?
I don't know. There was a bunch of
Who was the lady that left and went to work?
Okay, I'm going to step away for a second, guys. I'm going to leave you guys with Tom on the ground there just for a moment because Clever's got to go out. So I got to take Clever out for a minute. But I'm going to leave you guys with Tom here just for the moment.
Anyone know her name?
Was it Jennifer that went to IHOP with us? Pink pudding?
She didn't have it.
Jennifer.
No.
I don't know if anybody was recording.
No.
A lot of people left too.
All right. We need footage, guys. If there was anybody that was here today that has footage of the police removing the sign off the barrel that they were doing, can you, hey, secret squirrel.
I just asked you before I walked back to the cooler to the car. Do you want me? Oh.
We have it. The video. Where do you want it sent? Can you send that to Chrissy Mello, please? If you could send, that'd be great. See, we got the best people in the world.
Somebody got it?
Yep. Imagine that. Of all, yep, we got it. Wow.
Didn't take long. Thank God for Tom, CPU. Dad, I don't want it.
Wait. Just trade to drink.
Call me and send it.
All right, put the ferris downstairs. When I go home.
We need to bring him.
Priscilla was out walking around the kitchen. She hops over that wall. Yeah.
Priscilla, George Harrison, and Bruce Wayne.
She hops up over
Dad,
there.
I need my coat.
Yeah, don't trust her. George,
Dad.
George, I would trust. The other two, I don't trust.
I think Colleen has it. Dad. No,
Dad.
I think she has
I'm
the
cold.
picture or the video of the pup taking the sign down.
I'll take you.
Nice.
And I got his badge and name. I got his name and badge number.
This is awesome. This is awesome. Yep. Yep. Man, nailed it. Nailed it.
We don't play video games.
Wow, I'm getting chills.
What happened?
Chasing him down.
Hi, guys. No, 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 hypothetical. Excited, yes. That's awesome. There's our guy down there. Yep, Secret Squirrel, she's all over it. Chrissy's hitting the refresh button. She's got that. Hey, we'll go for a walk? We'll go for a walk? Where's your coat?
Huh?
Where's your coat?
Okay.
Are you that cold? Want my jacket? Okay. All right, listen, we're going to cross the street. We're going to go talk to these cops over here, okay? Yeah, bang that. Hit that. I've been hitting it all morning. It doesn't seem to work. Do it again. Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Are you gonna make us stop this way?
Yep.
Or doesn't that do that way?
No, the other one goes down. Oh, maybe it does. That's why. Hit that one. Hit that one over there. That's why it didn't work. I was hitting the wrong button.
Did you hit that one?
Oops. Yep.
Oh.
Hi, there you are.
That one, I think when you hit it, that's gonna turn. Oh. Oh.
See that? Somebody driving by, just waving.
Wait, is that the?
Listen, did you want to go ask your dad for the keys? We'll go get your jacket. Go see. We'll go talk to the cops over there first. Well, yeah, well, if we could go inside.
You have to turn because he moved the car.
All right, cool.
It's right there.
Go for a walk, guys. We hit the button. Oh, you're down here? All right. I was gonna take them to talk to the cops and check out their bikes.
Wait, we're doing. I'll get you. Go to him. I'll get you. Come on.
All right.
All
right, dude, come on. Come on.
We can't go.
Yeah, we can.
We can.
Come on. Never hesitate. Never hesitate.
What are you asking?
I want to see these bikes. Let's check them out. What's up, guys?
How are you doing, sir?
Good. Just checking out the bikes.
Hope you like them.
Pretty cool. That one must be electric, right? Yes, sir. That's the one you want to get. Electric bike. You don't get a pedal.
No, you still got a pedal.
Oh, you get a pause the battery?
Just not
You
as
got
much.
to pedal a little bit, and then the motor.
Oh, it's an assist.
Yeah, I don't have the throttle.
Oh. How fast can you go without on an electric bike without needing the new bikes, the electric ones?
Bikes, yeah.
Is there like a speed limit? Like, 'cause you can get a ticket without being registered and insured, right?
There's certain classes. So if you look, this is a, I don't know if it says it, class 2, and then you have class 3. The class 3 has the throttle. You can't ride them on like certain roadways, sidewalks, things like that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, even mountain bikes or bicycles, you're not supposed to ride on the sidewalk. Sidewalks are for pedestrians.
Yeah, I was talking like even on the street. I saw some of these bikes. They going by down the street.
Oh, yeah,
They're
this
flying,
will
and then
this will do 20s.
wow, that's moving on a bike,
Oh,
bud.
yeah.
That's really fast. Wow,
Yeah.
cool. We got even lights on it and stuff.
I got lights,
Lights,
red and blue lights, siren on it.
nice. But this one you have to assist, so you got to pedal a little bit, and it just goes. These ones are like old school. This is the stuff that we had.
Pedal power.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Nice. Oh, hope you guys don't fall. All right. Where's your dad parked, you know?
No.
No.
I knew he was down there. Oh.
You don't know where he is? Is that him walking? Is that's him walking right there? How you doing, bud?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. That's him walking right there, right?
So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's him.
You want to catch up to him? You don't want to run?
Huh?
You don't want to run?
Oh, no.
No? I don't want to run. I'll walk fast. How about that? I can't run.
Can't tell.
No, I don't know. I can't tell either. It doesn't look like him, does it?
No, I don't.
All right. Other side of the street's nobody, right? All right. Yeah.
I'll try. I'm gonna FaceTime. FaceTime Dad.
So what do you think of them bikes? Pretty cool? Would you get one?
Huh?
Would you get an electric bike? I was thinking about getting one. See, that guy said it goes 20.
Did you get my iPad too? Where are you?
Oh, he's already there. Cool.
Wait, where is it? Where's the car at? Denham Square.
Denham Square.
Halfway. First grade.
That's that way.
Yeah.
All right.
I will meet you there. Okay, bye. Bye. Where's the Denham Diner?
It's down this way.
That's where you guys go?
Yeah. Yeah, there's $3,000. You're absolutely right. Yep.
$3,000.
Yep. For the e-bike. I saw one that went by, right? This guy went by me so fast, I couldn't believe it. There's like a car going by me, but he's on a bike. I couldn't believe it.
So what place is this?
This is another court. This is a district court, Dedham District Court, right? And there's the Eggs and Tie Cafe, right?
Yep.
So he must be around here, right? He's got to be here.
Yeah, CVS is down there.
Yeah, CVS is far away.
So he should be coming up.
Yeah. I hope everyone's having a really good day. Steve Cooper from Channel 7. Thank you. That's who it is.
Wait, did the DUI guy go back inside it?
I think he went and got lunch. Larry, he's got to eat, you know. There's my Amy girl. She's a unicorn. You know what a unicorn is, bud?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know a unicorn? Okay. Dave, you're welcome, my friend. My pleasure. And again, right?
They don't want anybody parking down there.
No, they're trying to, what they're going to do, bud, is they have people come this way, and you can only go in one You only go that way, and you park, and then you have to go out the back. You can't come out this way. So they want everyone just to head that one way. Thank you, Cherry. Yes. Nice. Hey, bud, you know the Galera?
Yeah.
You want to say hi to him?
Hi.
Say hi to Will.
Hi, Will.
Tell him how much you like him on his show.
Huh?
You like his show?
Yeah.
Tell him.
I like the show.
What else, bud? Help me out. All right. He's a little shy with the Galera, but I know he's a big fan. He's a real big fan, right? Yeah, he is. Cherry says that you're a good boy. You know Cherry? You don't know her?
Oh, yeah.
She's beautiful. Yeah. All right, yeah, that's the same one we're talking about. Kid knows already. Kid's 11 and he knows. Oh, we gotta wait. Gotta wait. Oh, you like that blue? Look at that blue in that car. Look out. That's pretty good, huh? I like that.
Ambulance.
Always let the ladies go by. Okay? So just stop and let them walk by. So, yeah. They always gotta go first. Okay? He needs a window.
Now the sun's coming out.
It's beautiful.
You wanna go back over there?
No, we can't go over that side of the street because of the buffer zone. They want to keep us out of it. So we have to kind of stay, give them some room. How about that? We're going to avoid them today.
Avoid them?
Yes, avoid them.
I wanna go over there.
We're going to go over there. It's going to get cold. You're in the sun right here.
This is the sun.
This is the sun. See it right above you? Yeah, you can't look at it. Yeah, it's right there. All right, what else? Oh, how are you? Thank you. Oh, I like the color. I like your shirts. Look at this, guys. Look at this. See that, bud? Thank you, ladies.
Everything happens here.
What happened?
See that?
Is it rubber? Looks like they filled the street, huh? Look at the lines. But that's kind of... See how straight that line is?
Yeah.
I wonder what that's about. Somebody will know. There's a guy in my chat, right?
Yeah.
And he runs one of them excavators. He digs up the streets, but he does it in Boston. So there's like all sorts of stuff there. You make one mistake and you hit electrical,
Everything blows out.
or you hit water, or gas line. Forget it. There's so much under the ground. They dig it up all the time.
What's under the ground? Lava?
No, dirt.
Dirt? Oh.
Look at, there's someone's jacket over there, but don't go yet. Oh, look at this. Look at that car.
What?
That's an 82 Caprice right there. I want that car right there.
Oh, that.
That white one. Check this out, guys. Oh, that's nice. I want that. Wow.
Oh, look at that car.
That's a
right there.
Caprice Classic, bud. Look at that. Love it. Wow. Pimping ain't easy. That's got the Landau roof, too. That was nice.
Wait, does it do that one?
Yes. Because that, see, you're the one that taught me. That goes to that. This goes to this. And here I was hitting the wrong button the whole time.
When you went across, you did that, and then.
Yeah. Up. Let's go. Come on.
Why do they want us to have to buffer zone?
Well, this way, jacket, bud. They want us away because they don't want us to influence the jury that's in there.
Wow.
Want the jury to have no opinion about it. So we need to find 16 people that don't know about Karen Reed or John O'Keefe or anyone else involved with the entire case. Because it's not just them, it's everybody. You got Gatorade. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my goodness.
That was the,
Huh? No, they didn't.
yesterday
I
they
had-
stayed through till 4 o'clock. They'll break. Yeah,
Maybe they're eating
break
in.
yesterday. They were breaking at 4 o'clock.
Now this is behind, but
I know, yeah.
let's see if there's any updates from Ted Daniel real quick. Karen Reed has some of the jury questionnaires in front of her and is marking them up with orange highlighter. Her defense did not hire outside jury consultants. Defense using its combined experience to select. Interesting. Thank you, Ted Daniel, for that. So, they didn't hire any jury selection experts. Nothing like that. They're just using their own experience and their own insight. They're applying their own experience to this jury selection, which I think is fantastic.
They won't even have the press conference on the stairs of the steps. Really? Oh, I don't have a reflective vest. What's up, buddy? What do you got? What, you make them?
Yeah. See? This is like.
Oh, okay, I get it. I get it.
Wanna
So
try? So
No,
you have to bring that wire over.
no, you do it. You do it. So you just connect the wire.
Yeah.
All right.
You the man.
Yeah, gymnastics. Yeah. No, make a bar.
No,
One straight line.
So you have to make a trampoline for her.
Is the trampoline or a bar? That just shouldn't be doing. So we think maybe he got reprimanded.
All right, so
because that's a serious.
So that's live right now. Let me see what else is going on real quick. So yeah, we don't have you guys want to drop in and see what B Tim is saying? Just for fun. Just for fun. Let's see.
Can you zoom in?
Yeah. Do you see the little bag next to Dolly's foot?
The more I look at it, the more I think it's not a MERS. It's like a computer bag or something like that.
It looks like a purse. I have a picture. Is there an email?
Oh, you really do? You think it's a?
I mean,
I think it's a purse. DD has a better picture of the purse.
Oh shit. Okay, might be a purse then. Fuck, I didn't think it was.
Do you guys see what I'm talking about here? Like, this is
Kiwi is going off right now. That's what she made. Kiwi.
Yep.
These are the concerns of these people. Whether or not
Show
Dolly's
him on the
carrying a
friend's
purse.
couch. Oh, you have that one. Yeah, that was kind of funny.
Let's see. Lurker member for 7 months says, we thank you, Queen Bee. You are the reason. Thank you so much, love. And Maxie Hab says $10 from love from Canada. Thank you, baby. I appreciate that. Pretty Little Lights member for 4 months. You all make my day better. Thank you for being here, love. We appreciate that. I enjoy y'all being here. I enjoy laughing with you guys and having a good time. I miss laughing. It's been rough fucking fighting and going at it and stressing out and fucking,
That's
dealing
your
with people's
channel.
lies and having to clear up bullshit lies.
Yeah. So okay, that's enough of that. So that's all just like, yeah. They title the shit Karen Reed jury selection, and then this is what they talk about. You know what I mean? And I would love to, like, you know what I mean? Like, the way that I see it, like, I'm so naive because, like, I brought B Tim up here hoping to, like, have a discussion, you know? He seemed like an intelligent enough guy to where I could just be like, okay, well, look. But you can't talk to people who are just in this for the wrong reasons, and they're in this for just pure drama, and and what's cool about it is I'm not, never mind. Yeah, I just it's so stupid, man. I'm really glad that yeah, I'm imagining that they're gonna take lunch or have taken lunch at some point soon. I know Larry took lunch. I'm not seeing an update from Larry. I'm sure he's probably sitting somewhere eating lunch with his lady. And Ted Daniels' last tweet was an hour ago. So it's interesting. Ted Daniel making this observation of Karen Reed, that she has the jury questionnaires in front of her and she's marking them up with an orange highlighter. So this is how involved Karen Reed is in her own defense, which I think is fascinating. Like, here she has the dream team of a defense team, and she is this directly involved with her defense and the strategy. She wants to know every detail. Like, she's of the mind where she's like, okay, I'm paying you motherfuckers a lot of money, so I want to make sure that you guys are doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. Which you better believe that I'd be doing the same thing, especially if I was innocent. There's no way that if I was innocent, I would just be sitting there trusting my life in someone else's hands, whether I'm paying them or not. There is absolutely no way that I would be doing that. I would definitely be involved. I would, of course, be allowing them to do the job I'm paying them to do. Don't get me wrong. But I want to know every single move. I want to be made aware of every single move happening. Now I'm going to do something here, folks. I'm going to do something.
Cherry loves when I do this, by the way. So, yeah. All right. If anybody wants to call in, they can. Phone lines are now open. So if anybody wants to call in, they can. Phone number is right there. And just while we wait for updates, I want to hear some of your guys' thoughts. You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Yeah, hey, Will, how you doing? This is Barry Lewis, or at least you're the producer for Will. How's it going?
I'm going well. It's going well. Who am I speaking with?
Oh, hey, Will, what's up, man? All right, I am, all right. Hey, Will, I gotta, before I get into this case, I gotta ask you a stupid question, because I just started to listen to you for like the last 4 months, and I'm a big fan of yours. I love your openings and the old ads and stuff. So the Zuberg head, who is that exactly? I every time I see that, I'm like, I gotta figure out who the hell that was.
That's somebody made this video. Okay, so that's Ryan Upchurch. Ryan Upchurch is he has a YouTube channel with like 3 million subscribers because of his music. He does country rap or crap. But he's pretty famous because of that, but he decided to involve himself in true crime, specifically with the Kylie Rodney case, and made just a big mess of it. And so somebody made this little video because he was making fun of true crime creators who would get super chats, and he would mocking, and he went, "I think we got a super chat." And somebody clipped it and then made this little video mocking him. And so I took it and I decided to use it every time I get a super chat. So that's the history behind that.
Okay. All right. Cool. Because yeah, I was like, man, I don't know who that is, but that person is whack, frankly.
Yeah.
All right. So you probably know me on Twitter. I'm U.S. Transit Funding. I'm the owner of that company, and I've been following this case for quite some time.
Okay.
So the 4:55 phone call between Julie Albert and Jennifer McCabe. I don't know if you guys are talking about that phone call enough, because if in fact they were both aware that he was dead at 4:55 in the morning, it brings into context the Google search that Jennifer McCabe made at 2:27 in the morning, as well as the 2:22 phone calls between Higgins and I believe it was Brian Albert.
Right.
So what do you guys think about that 4:55 in the morning phone call that Julie Albert got?
Well,
To me, I got to tell you, to me, it buttons up everything that the defense is going to start doing like next week in terms of their defense.
Well, what the 4:55 phone calls indicates, mostly as far as my understanding goes, it's inconsistent with Julie Albert's statements. So in one statement, she states that she got a missed call, and another statement says that this is how she found out about John O'Keefe being dead. Where another statement, she says she slept through the phone call, didn't find out until she went to the Albert home to drop off birthday presents and woke up at 5 a.m. to do so for some reason.
Which we all know.
Right.
Which we all know. Dropping off birthday presents that early in the morning. I'm sorry. Not
Right.
Unbelievable at
Right.
all.
That's the issue. So what that's going to do, in my opinion, you're asking me what I think. The relevance of that, and I think the smart move for the defense to do to use that for is, at the end of the day, to create doubt. It's just more doubt that will be perpetuated through that inconsistency. So so that's what I think that is going to be the safe bet for for the defense to use. But for all we know, it's going to be used even more elaborately as far as their third-party culprit defense. Now, who they're going to ultimately name as the third party, I don't know. But
and they don't have an obligation to do so either.
No, they don't.
Cool. All right. So I figured that much.
Well, no, they do have an obligation if they're going to sorry, let me clear that up. If they're going to use a third-party culprit defense, then yes, they do have to name a third-party culprit. They do. And they have to show some sort of evidence. But the thing is the Yannetti was saying that he doesn't. So I'm confused on that myself. Does that make sense? I'm a little confused.
He can prove that there's a conspiracy between parties,
right?
Knowing that they have Yannetti's going to use consciousness of guilt a lot,
right?
So when all these communications are occurring in the early hours of that morning, he's going to be able to establish consciousness of guilt. He doesn't necessarily have to pinpoint who actually did the murder, though. So consciousness of guilt will actually provide the third party evidence that they're clearly going to demonstrate.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but to who? They have to focus that on one person, don't they? That's where I get hung up. So they named three people. They named three people in the motion to dismiss hearing. They named three people in the motion to dismiss hearing: Colin, Brian, and Brian.
And Brian. Oh yeah.
So, but I feel like they have to in trial. They're going to have to settle for one of them.
True. Well, they may not need to, as long as they can establish conspiracy elements, and the conspiracy elements actually extend to both Julie and Jennifer McCabe based on their phone calls that morning.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying. You're saying like if there's a consciousness of guilt, that's enough. And I agree with you. I think that consciousness of guilt is going to be enough to get Karen Read off because, again, they just have to create doubt. So that consciousness of guilt is going to be enough to create doubt. But there's so much else that's going to create doubt. So much else.
Agreed.
So the question is, we already know. The thing is we already know that there's enough doubt to get Karen Read off on this case. What we don't know and what we're hanging on is, will John O'Keefe get justice? Will there be proof that somebody else is accountable, and will that person be held accountable? And will John O'Keefe ultimately get justice? Is the big overall issue.
Based on how Karen Read has been handling herself in this case, that is why she is spending as much money as she is on this defense, because she does want to try and help figure this out.
I think so too.
Even if it turns into a federal case, which is still an open opportunity,
right?
Because the feds could walk in anytime, especially because one of the things I was thinking about for Yannetti and Jackson, when the prosecution rests, the defense is going to make a motion that they are not going to achieve their prima facie case. They're going to do that. They're going to make that motion that they did not establish a prima facie case. And if the judge denies it, that could be the moment when the feds walk in.
Yeah. And that's another thing. Yeah, we have to, it could be, it might not be too late. I feel in theory that Ted Daniel was correct and they would have done it already, but hopefully based on what you're saying, there's still a chance for the feds to come in and go, okay, this is enough, that we're putting a stop to this. Now also, one of the things that I get concerned with is Beverly Cannoni. I mean, we're not taking into consideration the objections that are going to take place. Like we're all on fire for the cross-examinations that are going to take place, right? As soon as Jackson Yannetti gets one of these fools on the stand, he's going to tear him apart, right? But but at the same time, we also we get so hyped up about this and caught up in this thought that I fear that we tend to forget that prosecution's going to object to a lot of things, and then there's going to be a lot of things that Judge Cannone is going to allow and not allow. So I don't have a lot of faith in Cannone here. and I still I'll believe it when I see it. I want to see those cross examinations happen, but I fear that there's going to be a lot of limitations on those cross examinations when the time comes.
All right, so I want to go to Berkowitz now. Berkowitz is on the witness list, as you're aware.
Right.
So one of the things I'm going to be looking for from the defense counsel is in terms of exhibits. We all know about the Sally Port, and Higgins is going to testify for the prosecution that he went into the Canton Police Department to do quote unquote administrative work, correct?
Mm-hmm. Now, he admitted later that that wasn't true. He admitted later that he lied about that.
All right. Well, I think you think the defense might actually pull video surveillance inside the police station, excluding the Sally Port, to track what Brian Higgins was actually doing if he did not flip.
Most definitely. Most definitely. But at the same time, it won't matter. I mean, my point being is if this video footage is available and they can get it, they're going to use it. You know what I mean? But it's not necessary for them because they've already got him lying on to the grand jury and then admitting later that he lied to the grand jury.
That's right.
So it won't matter. You know, they won't need it. They've got him admitting that he lied.
True. I'll just be curious if there is any video evidence. Of guilt as well.
Sure.
He might be doing something that no one knew. No one. You know? Because, I mean, what the hell is he doing between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning? He's already right. And
Well, he was at 34 Fairview.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, that's where he was. We know he was.
Yeah.
He knows he was. The grand jury knew he was. The feds know he was. The defense knows he was. So I mean, that's where we're at as far as like. So the whole thing is the big question is how big of a role does Brian Higgins play in this entire thing? So I mean, is he the main suspect according to the defense, or is Colin Albert? You know, or is Brian Albert? That's the question.
Or are they obviously interlinked in a conspiracy in some way, shape, or form?
Well, they clearly are. They clearly are. The
even if
question
it was
is who actually killed John O'Keefe?
Huh?
The question is who actually killed John O'Keefe. We already know that they were involved in a conspiracy discussing the situation. There's no reason why Higgins, Brian Albert, and Berkowitz would have been in direct contact, or why Brian Higgins would have been near Karen Reed's SUV when they were going into the Sally Port, or they were near the Sally Port. There's no reason why Brian Higgins should have been near that SUV.
No doubt. I mean, he didn't have any authority to be part of a murder or a murder investigation.
He's a witness.
I mean,
it's completely inappropriate.
Crime, and he didn't even have authorization, and that's why he has.
Right. It had already been established that the Canton. It had already been established that the Canton PD, there was a conflict of interest for the Canton PD due to the fact that Kevin Albert is a Canton PD employee. So because he is part of the Canton Police Department, Kevin Albert, the Canton PD had to recuse themselves because it was Brian Albert's home, the home of his brother. So the Canton PD had to recuse himself. So there's no reason why Berkowitz, the chief of police, would have had any involvement in the first place. And there's no reason why Higgins would have had any involvement, seeing as he's not a Canton Police Department employee. Second, he's a federal agent. He's an ATF agent. And just because he has, I mean, it might make sense because he has an office in the Canton PD, but again, the Canton PD no longer was part of the investigation. That was already established. So you have Lieutenant, or is it Lieutenant? I don't know, Detective Proctor, who is the lead investigator on this case, and he's with the murder weapon. He's at the murder. He's at the he's with the murder weapon with the chief of police of the police department that it's already been established as a conflict of interest for them to have any part of. It's not like it was appropriate for them to liaise and give their expertise. They shouldn't have been talking about it at all. Berkowitz, nobody, especially Berkowitz being the chief of police, should have been anywhere near that alleged murder weapon, period. And then you have Brian Higgins, who was in the house. He's a witness in the case. He should never have been around that murder weapon, that alleged murder weapon.
Yeah.
So this already makes the taillight right there, already creates doubt in the taillight. And that's not even discussing the fragments that were found in its clothing. That's not even bringing up none of that. I mean, all of this is
clothing.
It's all bullshit.
The assembly, let me tell you, so the assembly of that taillight, for them to opine, for them to opine that taillight shattered the way that they're claiming. I mean, anybody that has any type of, foreign vehicle and knows what those housings and the material is like, it is not going to shatter like that.
No way.
It's not.
Dude, I got a piece of taillight right here, dude. Like, this thing is so dense. Dude, I work out, man. I cannot break this thing with all of my might. I'm not that strong. But I'm saying, this thing, there's no way this thing would shatter on John O'Keefe and he would sustain the injuries that he sustained. Like, Karen Reed stated it perfectly. What's really funny about that, it's so ironic because prosecution's trying to use this against her. What she said to this police officer sitting in front of his computer at the police station when she's being booked the second time. But it's being used against her by the prosecution. But I think it says it all in her defense. She's saying, dude, how you're telling me, okay, my taillight fucking cracked, but John is pulverized. 2 black eyes, cracked in the back of his head. And no injury sustained from where he would have been hit by the taillight.
And we still don't know if they have DNA testing at all.
Right.
On the back of her car, underneath her car.
Well, they have DNA. They have, apparently they collected someone's DNA, John's DNA from the bumper of her car. But it's his girlfriend's car, dude. How is his DNA not going to be on there?
Beverly has now made a ruling saying that it's going to be included as a part of the evidentiary list that, the prosecutors can introduce. I mean, she still hasn't done that yet.
Right.
She hasn't included or excluded. No one knows, which makes it ironic because they're going to start this trial next week. I mean, to me, if she can't make a ruling on that, it'd be shocking as to, how is the prosecution going to be able to prove anything?
They can't. That's the whole point. This whole trial is a fucking sham. Like, there's no reason why this should have even went to trial, considering how weak the prosecution's case is. But somehow Judge Bev just facilitated this to get to trial. For whatever reason she has, this should have never went to trial. The grand jury was lied to.
I know.
The grand jury was lied to by police officers.
I don't see how the prosecution is going to be able to make a prima facie case knowing that some of their quote-unquote key evidence can't even be introduced, especially the tail light and the hair samples.
Right.
And if they don't have that, then they can't even link the rear of that Lexus to John in an accident. I mean, they can't do it.
Yeah, the whole thing is, I mean, they can't link, at least not beyond a reasonable doubt. They can't link John to or Karen to this. It just can't be done. His injuries are not consistent. You're going to tell me that she hit him with the car, he went flying back 12 feet and sustained those injuries? It makes no sense.
Right.
It doesn't add up. There's
And
no
the
bruising.
prosecution is going to claim what on the electronic the electronic data recorded that the Lexus has.
What injury is the
Any
point of impact where the tail light hits John O'Keefe? What injury on John O'Keefe shows the point of impact where the tail light hit him? I want to know that.
Exactly.
Where is that?
Yep, same here. I want to know about the gash in the back of his head because, I mean, any juror, when they see the autopsy photos, how did he get the gash in the back of his head? Seriously.
Right, unless he landed on a rock.
Coming from a car.
You know what I mean? Like if he landed on a rock that was sticking out of the.
I mean, the indentation in the back of his head is deep.
The bottom line is, unless he hit a rock when he landed, flying back 12 feet, or something blunt like that, then he couldn't have sustained that injury. Now, if he did, then that should have been recovered. That needs to be shown to the jury. Okay, when John O'Keefe went flying back, he landed on this blunt thing that was laying in the lawn, and that's how he sustained this injury. And we tested it. It has John's DNA on it, blood DNA on it, blah, blah, blah. But they're not going to do that because it doesn't exist. That's why.
Yeah. And they don't, based on what I'm seeing, they don't have that either.
Right.
That's what's crazy about all that.
And the blood is on the top of the snow after a snowstorm.
Whatever that impact was.
Right. After a snowstorm takes place, his blood is found on the top of the snow. Explain that to me.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, come on. Come on. The whole thing stinks. The whole thing stinks of doubt. At least doubt. The whole thing.
Yeah.
So it should never have gone to trial. But yet here we are.
Yep. And you know how Bev has this quote unquote reputation of being very even mannered in terms of affording the defense to, make their case. How ironic would it be that she steadfast on the start of this trial, knowing that the prosecution did not have all of its evidentiary matter ready for exhibit, ready for examination during the course of a trial. Because at the end of the day, I get why, like her conflict of interest with the Alberts, right? I mean, that's a conflict.
Yeah.
But it's a conflict. However, the irony is that she's been so steadfast about the start of this trial, knowing how long it's taken to get to this point, she might be doing the defense a favor.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
the prosecution's not ready. They're not ready.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is just a big waste of everyone's time. It's a waste of Karen Reed's money, taxpayer money. It's ridiculous. Clever. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, man. I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. Anyway, Will, you're awesome, dude.
Thanks, man.
So glad I found you, man.
I'm glad you did too. Thanks, bud.
Oh yeah, man. And thanks for the audience. Sorry if I had to ramble a little bit.
Oh, no. I enjoyed the conversation.
About the super chat head.
No, I enjoyed the conversation. Thanks for calling, bud.
Yeah, of course, dude. Later.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Anybody else want to call in?
No, I mean, any questions are valid, man. I mean, you're only going to get my opinions because I'm not qualified as an attorney, but you're on. Who am I speaking with? I'm good. Hold on. Let me fix the sound here. I'm sorry. Who is this again?
Patty Murphy.
Patty Murphy. Good to hear from you. How you doing?
Doing all right. So you were kind of talking about this with the last caller. I'm curious, how much interference do you think Bev will actually throw at the defense?
How much what?
How much interference? Like making ridiculous calls, objecting to things, or allowing objections to go through?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. That's something that's just gonna have to. We're just gonna have to see how that plays out, because I don't know what questions are gonna be. In order to answer that question that you're asking accurately, or even speculate on it, even realistically, it would be, you would have to know what questions are gonna be asked, and I don't know what questions are gonna be asked, so I have no idea. But do I expect Bev to make sound decisions throughout this trial? No. I have no reason to think that Judge Bev would make sound decisions throughout this trial. She hasn't made any sound decisions yet leading up to the trial. It shouldn't even be going to trial. And here we are. So no, I don't trust anything that Bev is going to do throughout this trial.
All right. My other question is, even if it's, I'll put it in quotes, like proven who's actually responsible for the death of Officer O'Keefe, do you think that law enforcement and the courts will actually take proper action in charging them?
They'll have to. Especially if there's federal eyes on them. Absolutely. That's why you have a U.S. attorney investigating, because somebody has to investigate. Somebody has to hold the unaccountable accountable still. That's what the federal entity exists for. This should be handled by the state, but what jurisdiction that the district attorney falls under is the U.S. attorney's jurisdiction. So, so if action isn't being taken, if the right channels are not holding the right people accountable for this, then I would expect federal intervention, in some way, shape, or form, and they will hold those people accountable for not seeking justice when justice is merited and needed.
Yeah, I just keep getting like this feeling that somehow, like, my anticipation of, or my hope that those actually responsible will face legal justice is starting to diminish. Like, I do believe that Karen's still going to get off, but I feel like actual justice for Officer O'Keefe is not going to happen, and it makes me really angry.
It's definitely what the big fear is. I share the same fear, but I got to tell you, each time that there's one of these hearings, and I tweeted about this, each time there's one of these hearings that take place and new developments are we're made aware of by either Jackson and or Yannetti in these hearings, my faith gets restored a little bit more that John O'Keefe will eventually get justice. So that somebody's going to be held accountable. It feels like it's getting closer and closer to that. So I have no reason to fear otherwise right now. So right now I'm focused on my faith that this federal investigation will uncover some things and at least get the wheels turning towards justice.
Fair enough. I don't know. I'm also still really angry that there hasn't been a presence of law enforcement supporting justice for John, even if it means being public and sitting on Karen's side of the court, like letting court members know that, or court attendees know that they see that this is nonsense and want actual justice for John.
Well, that's the issue. Is it's very telling to me, because I don't want to speak for Boston police officers. I refuse to do that. But in theory, I would think that if these people all believe that Karen Read was guilty, we would see a very prominent presence of Boston police officers wanting justice for their fallen comrade. But the problem is that we're not seeing that at all. And seeing as Brian Albert is a veteran of the Boston Police Department, it makes me feel like, it's just my personal opinion, but it makes me feel as though the Boston Police Department or those members of the Boston Police Department feel torn and are just saying, you know what, let's just let this play out and see what happens, you know, because they don't want to, they don't have any proof that their other comrade, Brian Albert, had anything to do with it. They don't have any proof of that. We don't have any proof of that either. We just have proof of shady ass behavior, but we don't have any proof that that he was involved in the death of John O'Keefe. You know what I mean? So now that proof might exist, and a lot of things point in that directions, but that's not necessarily proof. So that's probably, in theory, that's why I would think that the Boston Police Department is not, you know, there's not a big presence of them in the courtroom, is because they probably, these gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, probably believe, these men and women of the Boston Police Department probably believe Karen Read is innocent, but at the same time, like I said, don't have any proof that their other comrade, Brian Albert, had anything to do with John O'Keefe's death. So they're just waiting and seeing how things play out. That's what I think. It's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I feel as though they don't, or they shouldn't need to feel as though that they would be maybe disrespecting their other colleague, or former colleague at this point, Brian, by showing up and supporting, being like, hey, like, we know that this person is okay. We're not saying anything else, but I don't know. I know a lot of the law enforcement officers in the state, and I'm still just unbelievably disappointed in a lot of them who I know worked with these guys.
Yeah, the thing is, though, you know, I don't really blame them. You know, I don't blame them. You know, I don't know what it's like. and I don't feel comfortable saying that they should be doing this and they should be doing that. I don't know what it's like to be in that position. But the thing is it absolutely would implicate Brian Albert, because the thing is if, I've stated many times, once you take your eyes off of Karen Read being the guilty party of what happened to John O'Keefe, your eyes can only go in one other place, and that is inside the home of Brian Albert, inside 34 Fairview. Brian Albert owned that home at the time. Plain and simple. You know, there's no other way to look. There's no other place to look. So, yeah. So I mean, yes, by Boston police officers showing up and making their presence known in support of Karen Read, or not, you know what I mean? If they're showing any support for Karen Read, then there's an implication that they are that they believe that Brian Albert deserves some looking into. It's a safe assumption, you know?
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that one. All right. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to me. I appreciate it. And I really do enjoy and look forward to all of your streams. So even when you're not covering the Karen Read case, I look forward to seeing what you put out.
Right on. Thank you, Patty. I appreciate you calling.
Yep. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
My name is Gene. I'm calling from Dorchester.
Okay. Gene from Dorchester. How we doing?
How are ya?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. I just have a comment mostly. So born and raised in Boston my whole life. Been keeping tabs on the Karen Reed case from the very beginning. Been following Turtle Boy since he used to call in as just Turtle Boy on WEI. I know Boston very well. I have cousins that are state troopers in Boston. And I just want to let everybody know, and the people who are out there watching that maybe not be from, they might not be from here or they are from here. The Boston police are the most corrupt cops in all of the world. Okay.
Wow.
I have been through the Norfolk County court system myself, and I know Arthur Tobin, who's the clerk magistrate there. I know Michael Morrissey. I know the lawyers. They know me. Okay, I come from a long line of Irish drunks. I've grown up a lot, but let me just tell you something. As this played out the other day, and she went to the pretrial conference, and it was kind of like it set in that this is real, and she's going to be going to court. I actually got nervous. Not because we all know she's innocent, everybody knows she's innocent, but because of things I've seen myself with the courts and other people. Boston cops are horrible. They're racist. They're
Yes, I'm sorry about that. Please go ahead.
yeah, so I don't know where. I just know a lot of these people that are involved. And like I said, I grew up with Michael Morrissey and Quincy.
So Bev grew up with all of them, is what you're saying.
Say what?
So Bev grew up with Michael Morrissey, and
Oh yeah, in Quincy.
so it's not just a coincidence. Like Chris Albert didn't just get Bev's brother's name out of a phone book when he needed a lawyer. He knew the family, and that's what you're saying is that they were friends. And
Yeah, I'm just saying they've all known each other for years, and that's just how it is around here.
okay, so
It's just how it is. It's Quincy is a small, used to be a town, but then grew into a city. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows, hey, how's your mother? How's your brother? How's your uncle? It's just, it's literally just how it is. They all know each other. They've all got each other's faces. They've all got, years ago, Arthur Tobin used to trouble kids that used to come through the Quincy courthouse that were getting in trouble. He used to make them go to the service in order to avoid jail time, which, isn't bad. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but everybody.
I mean, that's a totally different and deeper discussion.
Right. But I'm just saying, everybody knows everybody. My mother knew Arthur Tobin for years. She grew up with him. So, I just know the corruption is real. And when you were a bad person, you know, they worked for you if they knew your family. But needless to say, the Boston cops, growing up in Dorchester, I used to see it all the time. Even my cousin, who's a state trooper, knows that Karen is innocent. We've had conversations
Right.
about this, like just over.
I mean, how
She won't say too much to me.
how can you not know that Karen is innocent at this point? Like, how can you just not know that at this point? Like, it's just so
Right.
clear.
Right.
That's so crazy to me. This whole thing is crazy to me.
It is. And you know what the thing is, too, is that the reason why it's actually going as far as it is because of all the people know each other. Nobody wants to throw anybody under the bus.
Right. I mean,
You know
it
what I
makes
mean?
the most
Don't.
sense. Like, again, Occam's razor. The simplest answer is usually the correct one, is most likely the correct one, right? And the simplest answer is Judge Bev knows these people and is friends with these people, and there's an interest, and so Morrissey is probably telling Bev, listen, just make sure this shit goes to trial. All I gotta do is just fucking convict this woman. This is my best chance against this federal investigation. And Bev is like, okay, yeah, I got you. You know, that's how it comes off. You know what I mean?
This is how it's going. I'll tell you exactly how it's going. Pretend I'm Michael Morrissey. All right?
Mm-hmm.
He's going, Bev, come on, man. You know all these people aren't getting a part of this whole murder thing. It's bullshit, you know? It's all bullshit. Come on, you know this dude. He's a good dude. How many
Right.
times have he done this for you? He's great. He's a great dude. Come on. This Turtle Boy guy, he's a piece of shit. I'm telling you right now, he's a piece of shit. I can't stand that motherfucker. That's how it's going.
Right.
and then Bev will see little clips of Turtle Boy baby calling her this and that, and now she don't like him.
That's what I think is going down. It's like our whole fucking shit is gonna get crashed down by a guy who calls himself fucking Turtle Boy. My whole life is gonna go down the shitter because of this guy. Get out of my face with that. Like,
That's exactly what it
there's
is.
no way their egos can handle that shit. You know?
Yep, it's disgusting.
Right. Right.
It is. It's absolutely disgusting. But that's the kind of people you're dealing with.
That's what it seems like. I mean, like we call that in the South good old boy bullshit. That's what we call that.
It is.
I mean, it's just Boston's version of it. You know?
Our version is punk ass bitches. That's what we call it.
Podcast. Nice.
But yeah, that's exactly what's going on here. It's all about who's part of my French dick is bigger than stick.
Right.
That's what it is. I'm sorry, part of my French. But
And-
that's what it's about.
And Josh Levy ain't no good old boy. Exactly.
Dick bigger than Lally.
Oh my God. Nobody's dick is bigger than Mello's. Did you see that thing, man? Somebody sent me a picture of fucking Mello walking and he's got a fucking Malangouche packing in there, man. That thing was insane.
Yes, I seen it.
Man.
It's crazy, dude. So
All right.
crazy. I'm telling you right now, I got nervous the other day, and I ain't gonna lie to you. I am not gonna lie to you. I'm just like, dude, if this doesn't turn out the way that I want it to turn out, you know, and hopefully and I think about juries too. I'm like, what kind of people? And I'm like, oh, Jesus. You know, what kind of people are going to end up on the jury? And I just hope it's not. I mean, with juries, you can never be too sure. A girl on the jury will convict a girl because she looks like a bitch. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Or, you know.
I mean, if you don't like Karen Reed, she's gonna come off that way to you. Like people who think she's guilty hate her because of like the way that she looks and her no nonsense look when she's sitting there. And she's even smug at times. And I love it. Like, that's the thing, is like, I'm looking at an innocent woman who's got dope ass lawyers kicking ass for her, and she's gloating, and good for her. Dude, you better believe that I'd be gloating like a motherfucker if I was innocent and I had those guys kicking ass in court the way that they do. I'd be sitting there going,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, I had a full argument with my sister. I didn't talk to her for like a month because I was into this like big time, and I'd give her like bits and pieces of it. And then one time it was on the news, and she goes, "Did you watch the news?" And I go, "Yeah." And she goes, "I don't know, dude. She just looks like a freaking bitch." I'm like, I go, the reason why there shouldn't be jurors because a stupid idiot comment like that. So you're going to convict a girl because she looks like a bitch? I'm like, you look like a bitch.
I mean, right. That's not how we do things. Okay. That's not how common sense people do things. We don't judge people because of the way they look. We don't judge people because of the way that they live their lives. We don't convict people because of the way that because of the decisions they made in life, dude. We don't do that. So
exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of the jurors from Massachusetts that are going to be picked to go on the jury, and I'm just like,
we don't convict people because they had, you know, arguments with their significant others in the middle of the night screaming, "I hate you." Jesus Christ, who fucking hasn't? You know? So
exactly.
It's yeah,
I'm telling you, I'm just praying. I pray every day. You know, that it turns out, and I'm just waiting for that one bomb still to come in, and just because we all know she's innocent, and we all just want the
it's gonna happen. Like, we're gonna see some very, very dramatic moments. This is going to happen. We're gonna see some very dramatic moments during this trial. This, I guarantee you, will happen. Because Jennifer McCabe is going to get torn apart on the stand. Michael Proctor is going to get torn apart on the stand. So, I mean,
Jen McCabe is someone that I would have beat her ass growing up in school, just so you know.
Oh my God, man. I gotta tell you, I love my Boston audience. I love you guys so much. Dude, if there was, and I'm telling you, like, if for some cosmic reason somebody were to be like, if you had to pick a demographic from a particular town to be the town that just is so supportive of you, I would be like Boston, like that in a second. I was like, do you know they're sports fans? If I had that kind of support, I would feel invincible, you know? So, like, right now, I'm just super stoked that Boston loves me. Because if Boston hates me, I'm scared out of my fucking mind.
We like you so much is because of the way you are. You know what I mean? Because most of us are just like you. You know, the way you talk, the way you don't give a shit. You like, you know, you call people out. Like, that's how we are.
I know.
You know, so we definitely go towards you. You know what I mean? I watch you all the time. I don't always comment and stuff.
Yeah,
like
we
that,
gravitate towards each other. We found each other. Absolutely. For sure.
You know, I like your videos. I make sure I watch them, and you know, I love it. I love you. When I seen you were taking phone calls, I'm like, shit, I gotta go to work. I gotta call him. I don't care. I'll be late.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, no, this is you guys have been amazing for me, man. You guys have been amazing for me and to me, and I don't have enough words to express my gratitude for it. So thank you.
Well, we'll be around now for a long time, because the one thing about us is once we find you, we never leave.
Right on. No, I love it. Yeah. That's great.
All right. I have to go to work, but you know, I'll rewatch the rest later, but you have a good day, and we'll be definitely, I'm Little Genie on YouTube. So when you see my comments, that's what was my name, Little Genie.
Right on. Right on. I'm looking forward to seeing you.
Tom Brady when I called you?
Do what now?
On caller ID, because I have my caller ID.
Oh, no. It's just the number comes up. Yeah. I just use a burner app.
and then I delete the app after. Yeah.
All right. Well, you have a good day, and we'll talk soon.
All right. Have a good one. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, guys. On that note, I am gonna go ahead and call it a day. I'm gonna chill out for a little while, and then I'm gonna go to the gym later on this evening. And then I don't know if I'll do another live stream tonight. Who knows? I don't know. I didn't expect to do one last night, but I did. But again, yeah, you guys, you Bostonians love me now, but wait till you get sick of me, because it's gonna be a long 7 or so weeks. You're gonna be seeing a lot of me. Anyways, guys, you guys are fucking fantastic. Seriously, I really, really love hanging out with you. And the last couple of days, I've been looking forward to getting up in the morning, and it's because of you. And look at my day like this. So, it's awesome. You guys are fantastic. But I want to thank you guys again for. I want to thank you for logging on and watching, of course. Liking the stream, please hit the like on your way out if you haven't already. If you have not subscribed yet, please subscribe. And yeah, a lot of stuff I got, in the noodle moving forward. I want to start facilitating some upcoming special guests and getting that worked out. Yeah, no promises on that. But yeah, I'm going to try to start collaborating here and there with a couple of people left and right. And just we're going to be spending a lot of time together. So I want to make it as entertaining for you guys as possible. But you guys are fantastic, and I love you guys so much. Again, appreciate you guys. All the support. You guys are amazing. I love you, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.